A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. It seems like I've been the cause of a lot of wash day arguments lately.
You certainly have.
Well, but really, I don't...
Did you or did you not say does everything in the wash?
Well, sure, I said does is a new kind of soap for all three kinds of wash.
Oh, ridiculous. How can this one soap get grimy towels white...
and dirty work shirts clean?
And still be really safe for my fussy rayon slips and nicer colored washables?
But that's the whole idea of does. Why, you'll get lots more wear out of those rayons and nicer colored things by using this new soap. Because Does is lots safer for those precious colors. In fact, they stay bright far longer with Does than with any of the four other leading granulated soaps. And you know, this extra safety is important now when you want such clothes to last as long as possible.
Yes, I've heard they're going to be hard to replace.
Sure. That's why now more than ever you need the extra color care Does gives you.
Well, what about my white pieces?
Say, if it's whiteness you want, Does will suit you to a T. Because no soap made gets clothes whiter than Does. Why, your towels and sheets will come out so gleaming white you'll be proud of them. In fact, you've never seen more snowy white washes than Does gives you.
And you say it's grand for greasy overalls, too?
Sure, Does will get them wonderfully clean, without any hard scrubbing either. Why, you just tell me if you ever got cleaner clothes with so little work.
Well, it does certainly sound different, all right.
Of course, even the suds are different.
Well, how's that?
You'll find Does make stacks more suds in your machine. Suds that build up faster and last longer. So treat yourself to a new kind of wash day with this really new kind of granulated soap. Ask for Does, D-U-Z, today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now the Goldbergs. Someone is missing from the Goldberg house. Emma, who's out for a ride with the man Molly wants her to marry. And Emma went very complacently, wanting to please Molly. Even Jake likes the idea, for Emma is a girl alone in the world, and a marriage would be just the thing for her, much better than working for the Goldbergs. But somehow Emma's absence hasn't brought a fine glow of satisfaction to the Goldberg house. Everybody misunderstands the reason, except us. For we know that Sammy is attracted to this girl with a desperation too wild to be called love. And meanwhile, Molly, misunderstanding the whole thing, can't keep her mind on the cards.
Tashel the cards, Molly.
I'm tasseling.
So tashel?
Tasseling. I'm tasseling. I'm only saying if Sammy...
All right, Molly, please. Take your mind off Sammy and put it on the cards if we are playing.
Sure, put your mind on the cards as if we are playing.
My mind is on the cards. My mind is not on Sammy. My mind is on Emma, Little Bit, and Bruce Hanley. I don't know if Sammy don't like Emma.
Molly, if your mind is on anything else but playing, put away the cards.
100% on the cards.
She's 100% on the cards.
Take the cards. Pick up.
Yes. What shall I play here?
Excuse me. Rosalie, dear, you're inside? Yes. So maybe the boys wish something, spill something?
Play.
I'm playing. Spill tea, cocoa, whatever. I got peaches.
Why don't you play?
I'm playing. I'm playing. Late. I don't know. Bruce Henley's got to get up early with the cows. Why it's so late? I don't know.
Molly, play.
I'm playing. Only saying they're very late. They're very late.
You see, David? You see? That's why I don't like her to start anything.
Why?
Because with you, it's all or nothing.
No, that's better than anything or nothing.
Here, David. Here, play. I'm finished.
No, play, Jake.
Jake, please, just because. Jake.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll read my paper.
Oh, Jake, please.
If you think Emma is going to come home from a ride with Bruce Henley with an engagement ring.
Jake, please. Am I so foolish? They're out for a ride for the first time, don't I know it? And, Jake, darling, if you're going inside, don't start anything with Sammy, Jake.
What should I start?
Nothing. I mean, if Sammy says something about Emma.
Why do you have to sit in the kitchen?
Why? Because I'm watching something on my stove, that's why.
Are you playing or not?
I'm playing. Oh, it's starting.
Sit, Molly.
See that?
Sit.
If your mother wishes to befriend a lovely person like Emma, why should you object?
Oh, who went out? I'm saying. Papa.
Sit, Molly. Don't go in.
Oh, David,
Sit, Molly.
David, tell me, is there something I don't know that I should know? Why should Sammy, without reason and rhyme, not like Emma? Is it something beyond my comprehension? Is it something? Rosalie, come here. Please, come here. Tell me, did something start again?
I don't know. Papa said something about Sammy having a long face.
Where's Papa ready to go?
On the porch, I think. Don't go out, Ma, please. Don't start anything.
Tell Sammy I want him.
Please, Ma.
Please.
Mama, darling.
Why is Sammy so perturbed? Why? Just because Emma went for a ride with Bruce Henley?
I told you he thinks that Bruce is too nice for
Why?
her.
Well, why is Sammy all of a sudden, the judge and the jury and the jury in the courtroom? And the extreme. Her and the supreme and the extreme. Why? Since when? Why does he think so? Just because Emma said something once. From the minute, David, darling, that Emma put her foot on my threshold, he don't like her. Why? Because he wanted to surprise me that Mikey is coming. And Emma told me the surprise. Why?
It might be something else.
Well, then why can't I know there's something else? Why can't I know it? That's what I want to know. Why? Jake?
Molly, put on a sweater and come for a walk. My nerves are shattered.
Go, Molly.
Papa shattered already.
Here's his sweater, Ma.
All right, I'll go for a walk.
Go, Molly, go.
Sammy? Sam, it's starting again. Sammy, come here.
Oh,
Come here.
Mom, please.
Come here.
Please, Mom.
Just a minute. Sammy, what occasions inside with Papa in the interval? That I was here and you was there, we in the kitchen and you inside.
Mom, please, will you leave me alone?
Is there something I should know that I don't know, that I should know that I don't know?
Molly, go.
Emma's not good enough for Bruce Henley? An idea? Bruce is not an infant in a cradle. If he thinks Emma's not good enough, he will know it. An idea a boy gets in his head, an idea?
Molly!
I'm coming. An idea a boy gets in his mental endeavors? An idea? I'm coming.
You don't think I know what it's all about. I do.
What do you know?
Rosie.
You don't have to protect me, Sam. If Emma likes Mikey or Mikey likes Emma, then...
What are you talking about?
It's all right, Sam. That's why you hate Emma. You know something that you're not telling me.
Rosie? Huh?
Yes?
Want to go for a walk?
No, thank you. I'm tired, Mikey.
Oh, why? It's early.
You don't feel like going for a walk.
Well, what do you mean? Why do you say that?
Well, Emma will be coming home soon, and I'm sure you'll all want to know whether she likes Hanley.
Rosie, what's the idea?
Oh, please, Mikey.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Play cards, Sammy?
No.
You're going to come to your senses or not, Sammy?
My senses about what?
What? What is the conversation about? You want me to tell Mama? You for Mama? Then she expects so much from you, Sammy?
If Emma's good enough for Bruce Hanley,
She's good enough for you, huh? Is she, Sammy? Is a moment's pleasure worth a lifetime of being sorry? Let Emma marry Bruce Hanley and let it be the end, Sammy. Sammy.
All right, Uncle David, please.
Sammy, you love her?
Why isn't she good enough for me?
You love her? Being alone with Emma on the hill in an orchard is not love. The fire that's burning in you, Sammy, is not love.
David, please.
It's a wildfire.
Why isn't she good enough for me?
Just because you think she is.
Good night, Uncle David.
It's my fault. My fault. All my fault. Good night. Good night, Rosalie.
Good night, Uncle David. Hey, wait a minute, Sammy. No, I don't want to talk anymore, Mikey, please.
Talk. Talk to him, Mikey. It's all my fault. My fault. Nothing but my fault.
Sorry about Rosie and what she thinks. Tell her the truth. Tell my mother the truth.
What's the truth, Sammy? What's the truth, huh?
The truth is that I don't want Emma out with Bruce Hanley.
Well, you told her not to go. Why did she go, huh?
She went to please my mother.
Even though it displeased you, huh?
Well, she knew I'd understand.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been very understanding all night, prowling around like a crazy lion waiting for her to get back. You've got your mother believing something's wrong that makes you hate Emma. You've got Rosie believing that Emma likes me, and that's why you hate her. You've got your father believing that you dislike Emma because she's involving your mother in matchmaking. And all the time you're going wild because you love Emma so much you can't bear the thought of her being out with Bruce Hanley. Yeah, that's the way you understand.
The way I feel.
People don't always do what they feel, Sandy.
It's easier to talk when you don't feel anything.
How do you know I don't?
What do you mean?
I mean, I have eyes and I can see, too. I mean, Emma makes me feel the way she makes you feel. Why should you just let yourself go while I hang back?
What do you mean, Mikey?
Go ahead, figure it out for yourself, Sammy. You're smart.
Sammy is a little stunned, a little puzzled by Mikey's cryptic remark. But the future is going to add weight to it, and trouble for Rosie Goldberg. You know, I wish I could hang a sign up in your kitchen, and on it I'd put, beware of soaps that only do a halfway job for dishes. Yes, I'd say beware of tough granulated soaps because they're short on safety for your hands. And beware of bar soaps because they don't have real speed. That's right, such halfway soaps don't belong in your dishpan now that new Does is here. Yes, that new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash really goes all the way for dishes, too. Does has everything from whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. In fact, your hands get far gentler care from Does than any of the 4 other leading granulated soaps. Notice how soft and smooth they feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet no soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. You can tell by the suds how really different Does is. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Tomorrow, Rosie hears a confession from Sammy and draws her own conclusions about Emma. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash. Kinds of wash.
Philip Morris presents Crime Photographer. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling to wake up fresh with no cigarette hangover. Yes, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today. Good evening. This is Ken Roberts, greeting you for Philip Morris, and inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Death of a Stranger. Morning, a little after 10 o'clock. Behind a massive desk in the richly appointed office that is a part of his home sits Robert Hayden, whose lucrative business is the buying and selling of rare stamps. A door opens and his brother enters.
What do you want, Ronald?
An old fellow outside wants to see you.
Who is he?
He wouldn't give me his name. He said you'd know who he was if I told you he has the 3 skilling orange error.
He has the 3 skilling orange error?
Well, don't ask me for an explanation. He wouldn't give me any.
For your information, Ronald, the 3 skilling orange error is a Swedish stamp. The only one known to exist is owned by an ex-king who would be a most unlikely visitor to this office. Your man outside is a nut. Get rid of him.
But the old chap acted perfectly sane.
I said get rid of him.
Very well.
Oh, wait, Ronald. Can't you learn the least thing about a secretary's duties?
I've done something wrong again?
You've just wasted my time, Ronald. Look, I've had to support you most of your life, and mine. When my son Horace was taken ill, you offered to take over his job. But you've been nothing but a bother. Now, file these letters, and correctly, please. I'm going upstairs and see Horace.
He's gone out for a walk.
Why, the doctor told him to stay in bed. Oh, that young fool. If he has a relapse when I need him, I'll see if he's gone out. Answer that telephone and say that I'm out. Wait. I'm expecting a call from my son, Arthur. If it's him on the wire, say I'll have that check for him this afternoon, and not to bother me about it before then.
What check?
Oh, he'll know about it. Pick up that telephone. I'm going up the back stairs.
Robert Hayden's office. His secretary speaking.
Well, you're learning, Uncle Ronald. Soon you'll be a better secretary than I am.
Oh, it's you, Horace.
Mm-hmm. Is Dad there?
He just went upstairs to raise the Dickens if he found you out of bed.
Well, I'm down in Market Square. I walked all the way here, and I feel fine.
Oh, your dad won't like it.
Does he ever like anything I do or you do? The only member of the family who ever gets a decent word out of him is my little brother, Arthur. Is he around now?
No, but your father's expecting him, I think, to pick up a check.
Another check for the fair-haired boy, huh? When I want extra money, the old man tells me to live on the salary he pays me.
Well, now, Horace, your father tries to be...
Uncle Ronald!
What?
Come here! Someone help!
What was that, Uncle?
Your brother, Arthur, he's yelling. Hold the wire, Horace.
Uncle Ronald!
What's wrong, Arthur?
I just came into the outer office, and I found that man. Look at him.
Good.
Arthur, Ronald, what's going on here? Who is that?
That's the stranger who wanted to see you, Robert, the man who gave me that message.
There's a knife in his throat. I found him slumped in a chair like that. Is he dead?
Yes, Arthur, the man's dead. Looks like suicide.
What's your verdict, Doctor?
This man did not commit suicide, Captain Logan.
I told you this was a murder, pal. Shut up, Casey. Go on, Doc.
The knife entered the old fellow's neck at an impossible angle for self-infliction.
Oh, it seems I never get an easy one. The people in this house say they never saw the guy until this morning. They have no idea who he is or why he came here. Can we have the knife now, Doc?
Yes, I'm finished.
Muller, dust it for fingerprints. And you, Sergeant, make a thorough search of the body.
Yes, sir.
Can I interview the people who found the body now, Captain?
You've already interviewed her, Miss Williams, and Casey got their pictures.
You sent them upstairs before we could finish our job.
That's all we know.
It's all I know so far. We heard exactly the same story from Robert Hayden, his brother, and his 2 sons.
No prints on the knife, Captain.
That's just swell. Did you find anything on the body, Sergeant?
Looks to me like the killer went through the guy's pockets, Captain.
How about identifying marks in his clothing?
No labels, no laundry marks to help us either. The guy must have had a wife who washed his clothes, or he did it himself.
He doesn't look to me like a fellow who'd do his own laundry.
Why?
Well, look at his face. You can tell he was a nervous, sensitive, artistic type, Logan. His kind go dirty before they'll do boresome jobs like washing clothes. Yeah, this guy had an interesting face, Annie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a nice face.
At a time like this, you talk about an interesting face? Sergeant, ask the Haydens to come downstairs, all of them. I want to talk to him again.
Right, Captain?
You think one of them may have been the killer, Captain?
Miss Williams, how can I think anything yet about this case?
I merely asked.
Hayden has quite a fancy setup in this big old house, hasn't he?
He's many times a millionaire.
Did he make his dough in the rare stamp business, Logan?
No, in the stock market. I understand he made a big killing there and sorted the proceeds away, quit speculating, and made a bit out of what had been his...
I've heard that he's recognized as one of the world's greatest authorities on philately.
On what, Annie?
Philately. It means stamp collecting.
Oh.
You wish to ask us further questions, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Hayden. Come in, all of you.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing any of us can tell you.
This lower floor of your house is devoted entirely to your business, Mr. Hayden?
Yes, it's kept separate from my living quarters. My clients enter this reception room directly from the street as they'd enter a shop. My private office is in there, and my secretary has a room off that door.
Your son has acted as your secretary?
My eldest son, Horace, until several weeks ago when he was taken ill. Since then, my brother has attempted the work.
Very clumsily, I'm afraid.
Of course, you might have trained Arthur to take my place, Dad.
I have no head for business, Horace.
You simply have no head, Art.
No, look, that's enough, boys. What
Mr. Ronald, you say the stranger gave you the impression that his message about the three-skilling orange error would mean something to your brother?
Mr. Casey...
The stranger couldn't have given such an impression. He didn't know me, and I didn't know him.
My question was addressed to Ronald, Mr. Hayden.
Well, I did believe the stranger knew you, Robert. He seemed so confident that you'd see him.
You're a fool.
Now, Mr. Hayden, you left your private office shortly after you received the stranger's message.
Yes.
You didn't come into this reception room then?
No. I went directly up the back stairs, and I didn't come down until I heard my son Arthur yelling for help. I thought something was happening to him.
Arthur.
Yes, Captain?
You said you walked in here from the street and saw the dead man.
That's right. I've never seen a fellow just stabbed himself. It seemed all I could do was yell for help.
At that time, Horace, you were talking to your uncle over the phone, huh?
Yes, Mr. Casey. I'd called Dad's office from a booth in the Market Square drugstore. I held the wire while Uncle Ronald went to learn the reason for Arthur's yells, and when he came back on the wire and told me the reason, well, I naturally flagged a cab and hurried home.
You reached here before we cops did, Mr. Horace.
Yes, you policemen certainly took your time in getting
well,
here.
If you'd correctly reported the stranger's death, we'd have come here faster, Mr. Hayden.
What do you mean?
You said the man had committed suicide, but we found a murder.
Murder? That man didn't kill himself?
He did not kill himself.
Well, but then, who killed him?
And why?
That's something I think one of you four men can tell me.
Now he's thinking, Annie.
Yes, Casey. And I wonder where it'll get him.
Just a minute, Mr. Nestor Camp. I'm fixing up your order. You say Logan got nowheres with them Haydens, huh, Casey?
No, nowhere at all, Etherbert. They haven't changed their stories of it.
And the victim's identity has to be known before Captain Logan can hope to prove that one of the Haydens or anybody had reason to kill him.
Logan lost his sense of values on this one, Annie. Showed his hand too soon.
There's no new clue to the stranger's identity, huh?
Nope.
That makes things really tough. You think any one of them Haydens could have done it except the one who was telephoning from Market Square?
I don't know. And we won't know anything about this stranger until... You know, that guy's face haunts me, Annie.
No, it's the kind of a face that you don't forget.
Yeah. If the paper would print that close-up I took of him...
Oh, somebody would be sure to identify it.
Why won't they print it?
But did you ever see a close-up of a guy with a fresh knife wound in his throat?
No.
Well, you won't. In any family newspaper, Ethelbert. Too many customers wouldn't like it.
Well, I'm a customer, and I wouldn't object.
Well, all right, pal. You asked for it. Here's the picture I took of the dead stranger.
Oh.
You see?
Yeah. Hey, that dead guy is Mr. Carfora.
What?
He lives in my neighborhood, Casey.
Well, where?
Oh, who was he?
Where? What was he?
Mr. Carfora owns a little old house on Bay Street, just back of the lumberyard. He and my sister Edna sent their clothes to the same wash lady. And she says he'd done some kind of work in his house, but she didn't know what.
Annie, we're going to that house on Bay Street right now.
First, I'm going to kiss Ethelbert.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert Oh, it was Williams.
That must be the place, Casey.
Yeah, it is the place, kid. It's the only house in the back of the lumber yard.
Well, it's so dark, I can't see whether that's lumber piled back there or what.
Well, I got a flashlight here.
We should have phoned Captain Logan to join us.
We'll let that lug in on this after our exclusive is in the bag. Come on, Annie.
You're going to break into the house?
Not break in, exactly. I'm kind of handy at opening doors without causing any damage.
Well, I hope we can find something in there that establishes a motive for Carfara's killing.
I have a hunch we will find something.
Casey!
Explosion!
It was in Carfara's home.
Hey, look, the place is on fire.
That man.
He's running from the house. Hey, you stay there, Annie.
Casey, come back here.
I get a good look at that.
He's shooting at you. Your flashlight.
Shot it right out of my hand. That was foolish, mister. You got no target now. Another miss, fella. Try again. Now, that gun flash gave me a target. Now I've got you.
Casey! Casey, where are you? I can't see. Answer me, Casey. Answer me. Oh.
This morning, when your alarm clock rang, did you wake up with cigarette hangover? That stale, musty, smoked-out taste in your mouth. Cigarette hangover. That tight, dry, uncomfortable feeling in your throat. That's what takes the joy out of smoking. And when that happens to you, it's time to change to Philip Morris. Remember, Philip Morris is the one, the only cigarette proved definitely less irritating, definitely milder than any other leading brand. That fact is recognized by eminent medical authorities. No other cigarette can make that statement. Remember, top-ranking doctors, eminent nose and throat specialists actually suggest Philip Morris in cases of irritation due to smoking. That's why we say, if you're tired of cigarette hangover, join the millions and change to Philip Morris. You, too, will discover in Philip Morris a milder smoke, a fresher, cleaner smoke than you've ever known before. Yes, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today. Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. And now back to Casey, crime photographer.
Sure you're okay, Annie?
Yeah, I didn't really black out, Casey. The wallop I got was just a glancing blow.
The welt on my head the size of...
Don't sit up. Sit still for a while. Don't try to move.
We got to get away from here, kid. That burning house is throwing out too much heat.
And smoke. Somebody's turned in a fire alarm. Yeah, the trucks are coming.
I hear them. And it'll be too late to salvage much from that little shack. Any evidence we might have found there's ashes by now.
The man who shot at us and slugged us set that fire.
Sure did. Annie, we may find out something more.
What you picked up?
A gun. A hot revolver with an empty cylinder.
Oh, that man dropped it after he hit us with it.
And it might tell us who he is.
Let's get it to Captain Logan.
Wait a minute, Annie, wait. The firemen will be on the job in a minute. They'll cool off that little house in a hurry. I want to see what's in the ashes.
You say this guy Carfora was an engraver, Casey?
Well, that had been his trade, Logan, but the guy was essentially a hobbyist. And among other things, he went in for chemistry and photography. Annie and I saw the remains of some swell equipment in the ruins of his home.
Yeah, we checked our findings there with neighbors who'd known him, Captain. Nobody knew him really well, but we're told that his main interest was philately.
Stamp collecting, dumbbell.
Oh, stamp collecting. Well, anybody knows that.
Yeah, well, get the connection, though. Carfora was an absolute bug on stamps. He bought them constantly and is supposed to have owned some very rare books on the subject.
His collection apparently was destroyed by the fire.
And that fire was no accident, pal. It was set by the guy who slugged Dan and me.
Have you any idea why?
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
I just got the report on the gun Casey found, sir.
Oh, good.
Swell.
Let's have it.
A permit for a revolver of this make and serial number was issued 6 months ago to Arthur Hyden.
Arthur?
Well, that's the youngest son and his father's favorite.
Arthur's the one who discovered Carforo's body. Sergeant, issue an order for the arrest of Arthur Hyden.
Wait a minute, Logan, will you? Before any arrests are made, before anyone's told about that gun or our identification of the stranger, let's have a talk with Robert Hyden.
The old man. Yeah. He could have used his kid's gun tonight. He's the big stamp man, and stamps are the link with Carfora. All right, let's have a talk with Robert Hyden.
This is an imposition, Captain. Well, why should I open my office to you at this time of night?
Because it affords more privacy than your living rooms upstairs, Mr. Hyden.
And we'd like to have privacy.
For more idiotic questions about the death of that unknown man, Mr. Casey?
We'll try to keep our questions a little short of idiotic.
You haven't up to now. But citizens must cooperate with the police, I suppose. Please step into my office. Ladies first, Miss Williams.
Oh, thanks.
Now, what can I tell you that I haven't already told you before?
First, Mr. Hyden, what business did you do with Angelo Carfora?
Angelo Carfora?
Mm-hmm.
Is the name familiar?
Well, of course it is. I never forget a client, at least not a client who gave me cause to remember him, as this Carfora did.
Well, Casey, we didn't expect him to admit, no.
Well, tell us about Carfora.
Well, he did business with me for a long time, buying only seconds, stamps that are damaged in one way or another and worth only a fraction of normal value. But quite frequently, he submitted undamaged stamps for my opinion as to their genuineness. I found all of them to be forgeries except the last one he sent, which was a perfect postmaster provisional. Oh, his business meant little to me in a monetary way, but he had a feeling for stamps, and I enjoyed his interesting letters. I never met the man personally, but...
You never met him?
No. Why do you ask me about Carfora? I thought you were only concerned about that murder.
Angelo Carfora was killed in your reception room this morning.
What?
He was a stranger.
This is incredible.
How long since you heard from Carfora?
At least a year, maybe 2 years. Why was he killed in my place?
Mr. Hyden, have you bought some very rare stamps in the last year or so? Stamps you paid a lot for?
Yes. Less than a month ago, I was lucky enough to get a Mauritius twopenny blue. Several weeks before that, I acquired a 9-pence lilac brown of Ceylon, and but you don't know about stamps. These are among the blue chips of philately. I paid a high price for them, but they were perfect specimens.
So who did you buy them from?
Well, I've made all my best buys lately through the... Oh!
That gunshot.
Slug got Hyden in the chest.
Fired from that doorway.
And then the door slammed shut.
Well, it's locked now. Lend me some of your weight, Casey.
Right.
That opened it. Miss Williams, see what you can do for Hyden while we... Logan! I see. Break, you two. Break.
This gun was on the floor beside him, Logan. A hot gun.
It's Arthur's gun, Captain. I knocked it from his hand.
You gave me no chance to explain, Uncle Ronald.
You can explain now, Mr. Arthur. Both this gat and the one you dropped at Carfora's place tonight.
But I don't know what...
I heard a shot. What's happened here?
Horace, your brother Arthur...
shot his father.
Arthur? No, I didn't.
Captain Logan, I'm afraid nothing can be done for Hyden. He's dead.
Arthur Hyden, I'm placing you under arrest for murder.
No.
Hold it, Logan. Let's get this picture straight before you arrest him.
Picture straight enough, Mr. Casey. I caught Arthur with the gun in his hand.
But I didn't shoot him. I just picked up that gun when Uncle Ronald grabbed me.
Just picked it up?
Yes. I just come into this hall, through the street door in the back. And then I heard a shot and loud voices in Dad's office. I ran this way and I saw the gun on the carpet. Without thinking, I picked it up and just then...
Is that the best story you can think of, Arthur?
But it's true. Horace, I swear it's true.
Whereabouts in the hall were you, Mr. Ronald, when you saw Arthur with that gun?
At the foot of the back stairs. I was on the floor above, and when I heard that shot, I came down 3 steps at a time.
The shot brought you too, Horace?
Yes, down the front stairs.
Now, you were the first on the scene, Arthur. Did you see whoever dropped that gun?
No. He got away before
This is nonsense. Nobody dropped that gun, and nobody got away.
My brother is the killer, Captain.
Sure, Casey, it's his play.
I don't agree.
Why not?
Because Hyden was killed to cover up the murder of Carfora. And Arthur doesn't fit the Carfora picture as I see it now.
Look, Casey, Arthur discovered Carfora's body. You were slugged with Arthur's gun outside Carfora's house. And now Mr. Arthur Hayden is found with the murder gun in his hand a few seconds after his father's been bumped off. What more do you want?
A probable link to Carfora.
But I don't understand.
Arthur, you got a check from your father today, didn't you?
Yes?
How big was it? What was it for?
It was for $2,000. I owed a gambling debt.
Again?
Okay, Horace, okay, I'm no good. Dad was always paying out money to get me out of trouble. The old man was my friend, as well as my father.
As my brother's favorite son, Arthur, will inherit most of Robert's estate.
But I never even thought of that.
If you did, you never needed Carfora.
But who is this Carfora?
The name isn't familiar to you, Mr. Ronald?
No.
How about you, Horace?
I never heard the name until you mentioned it.
You're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
How long were you your father's secretary?
About 10 years.
During those 10 years, like any confidential secretary, you opened your boss's mail, read it, and took his dictation when he answered it, didn't you?
Yes,
but you never heard the name of Carfora?
Hey, what is this?
You know what it is. Your father made you work while your brother was allowed to play. You hated both of them for that. You never had enough money. And through Carfora, you saw a way to make big money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You played both your father and Carfora for suckers. It was easy to keep apart while you were on the job as secretary. But when you were taken sick and your uncle was put in your place, you foresaw trouble. You could think of only one way to avoid it. You knew Carfora would come to the office this morning. So you got out of bed against orders to be ready for him. When your uncle left the reception room to deliver that message about the Swedish stamp, you killed Carfora.
Oh, you're crazy. I was a mile away in a drugstore on Market Square when Carfora was killed. I talked to Uncle Ronald from a phone booth there.
Yes, he did, Mr. Casey.
How many phones are there in this big house, Mr. Ronald? Lines, I mean, not extensions.
Why, 3.
You used one of those 2 other lines to call the office line, Horace. You were nowhere near Market Square.
You can't prove that.
You know about the dermal nitrate test?
Dermal nitrate?
It'll show that you fired a gun tonight.
You're not going to send me to the chair?
Logan, drop that knife,
Horace. No, let me kill my
You don't read any easy way out. Here. Casey, hang on to this knife while I slip the handcuffs on him.
Okay, Phil.
Why did you do it, Horace?
You've always had all the luck, Arthur. I've always been the fall guy. I was a fool to think I could change things.
But, Mr. Casey, I don't quite understand. Why did Horace kill my brother, and what was there between him and this man Carfora?
Yeah, I don't get it either, Casey.
Neither do I.
Well, I'll tell all of you what Horace is going to put in his full confession after I take a lot of pictures.
We'll join our friends at the Blue Note in just a moment. But first,
It's a wonderful feeling.
It's a wonderful feeling.
It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling to wake up fresh with no cigarette hangover.
Yes, that's something more and more smokers who have changed to Philip Morris are discovering every day. Millions of new smokers now enjoying in Philip Morris a milder smoke, a fresher, cleaner smoke than they've ever known before.
And for a good reason. For in Philip Morris, they enjoy the one cigarette proved definitely less irritating, definitely milder than any other leading brand. Yes, it's actually suggested by top-ranking doctors, eminent nose and throat specialists, in cases of irritation due to smoking.
Doesn't it make good sense for you, too, to try Philip Morris? Yes, join the millions and see what a difference it makes, what a pleasure it is to smoke America's finest cigarette. Next time you step up to a cigarette counter, call for Philip Morris. And remember, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today.
Did Casey call a turn on Horace's full confession in advance, Miss Williams?
Pretty nearly, Ethelbert.
Well, what was the Carfora setup, and how'd you know?
It was all very simple. To a mastermind.
Huh.
Carfora was a bug on philately. Stamps, that is, to you, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
He was a skilled engraver, who had a lot of fine chemical and photographic equipment, and somebody wanted to destroy the place where he lived and worked.
All of which didn't mean much to your mastermind until our talk with Robert Hayden.
He supplied missing parts of the puzzle. Carfor, as he threw the mails, had bought a lot of rare stamps that were in reach of his pocketbook because they were damaged. He'd sent Hayden a lot of undamaged stamps for appraisal. In Hayden's expert opinion, all were forgeries except the last.
Which told the great Casey that Cafora had been trying to make perfect stamps by copying damaged ones and had finally succeeded.
You mean he was a stamp counterfeiter?
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't try to pass his counterfeits off as a genuine article, though. He wanted to sell them for what they were, perfect copies. But Horace was hit with a big idea. He made a deal with Carfora, and an exclusive secret deal, but in his father's name.
And then stamps for which he paid Carfora only a few dollars, he sold to his father and other collectors for thousands.
Gee, what a racket.
Like all crooked rackets that couldn't last. Carfaro called to see old man Hayden, which would have exposed the whole setup, of course, so Horace had to kill Carfaro. Then he removed all identification from the little guy.
Which gave him time, as he thought, to set fire to Cafaro's house and then destroy all the evidence of his counterfeiting activities before the police could see the evidence and smell a rat.
Then Horace shot his old man to keep us from smelling the same rat.
And tried to frame his brother for both jobs. Nice guy.
Charming person.
Annie, it's lunchtime. Would you like to put on the feed bag with a really charming person?
Meaning, of course.
Oh, of course, but the great Casey.
Are you paying, or do we go Dutch, or must I lend you 10 until payday?
Now, that's a nice question.
Well, it's a fair one. Like all the masterminds of my acquaintance, you're usually broke.
Well, as a matter of fact, tonight I am.
No wonder.
What do you mean?
Well, he's been associating with stamp collectors all day.
What's that got to do with it?
Philately. Don't you get it? He's philately broke.
Oh, Apple.
Friends, remember this. If you're tired of cigarette hangover, call for the one cigarette that gives you a milder, fresher, cleaner smoke. Yes, from now on... Good night, Johnny. See you next Thursday, same time, same station. When Philip Morris again will present another exciting adventure of Casey, crime photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth. Until then... Smoke a pipe? You get real solace, comfort, and pleasure from Revelation pipe tobacco. Plus smooth burning. Plus a swell aroma. Revelation pipe tobacco is a revelation in smoking pleasure. Only 15 cents. Try Revelation. Crime Photographer is produced and directed by John Dietz. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music by Cy Fewer, and the program features Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Ken Roberts saying goodnight for Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Reporting in service, starting mileage 9835, 9835.
1 to 56, mileage 9835, 6:04 p.m. Unit 56 reporting in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. Right now you're riding in Detective Unit 56, and that was Sergeant Ron Perkins just reporting us in service on the night watch. While you're with us tonight, remember, I'm recording this as it happens. And the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch. Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
5-3 clear. KMA 394. 5-6-1. We're at Overland and Washington Place. We've got a 214 here in front of the bar. Will you send a uniform unit down here, code 2?
1 to 5-6-10-4. Car 50 at Overland and Washington Place. 214 in the street. Meet Detective Unit 5-6. Code 2.
Well, we have a 214 fight going just across the street in front of a bar.
5-2 to Control 1. We're right on top of this 214 call. You want us to take it? Control 1 to 5-2, 10-4. Car 50 cancel. 5-2 will handle.
Things are moving very fast. We're right in the middle of the highway waiting for a break in the traffic. Now we got it swinging around. Clear shot here now. Heading back. That uniform car that just radioed in is pulling up to the curb. We're swinging in behind. Here's the quick picture. 2 men, 2 women pushing each other around. Things are getting a little rough right here. The uniformed officer Al Arnold and his partner wading into the argument. We're in plain clothes. Psychologically, it's best for the uniform boys to handle. We'll stand by just in case things get out of hand.
No, you won't.
I will.
No, you won't.
I will. I won't take that from
Please
anybody.
don't. Now, come on. Now. You'll be over it tomorrow. Please.
Just hold everything, will you? What's trouble?
He just called me scum.
No.
He said I was more than a snake. I have worked in this bar for 5 years.
Well, that's what hurts your pride. See?
And
that's
I have never...
Coming back now for your what? Look, you know what you're mad at?
And he got me fired from working.
You didn't get fired, I'll bet you.
I'll sign a complaint, okay?
No. You know you'll be working here next week.
All right, I'll sign a complaint just because I won't put up with him.
You've had more insults than these guys ever gave you.
Not
Never.
Whoa, let's break this on it. We're not going to have the argument on the side. Which one of you called her the name?
Well, you've been drinking, you know that.
I have not.
I'll bet you have. I'll take a sobriety test against you anytime.
All right.
Wait a minute. Because I thought
why
get her mad, though?
Don't get anybody mad. You never bought me a drink in your life, and you know it.
What's the difference?
Well, then why make a statement?
May I ask you a question? What do you got to do with the argument?
I'll tell you, it's my buddy.
Well, that don't enter a thing. The argument's between the young lady and this fella. Now, I just advise you to keep out of it. Now, take some advice. And you too, fella. Will you please keep We'll try to settle this without a mouth. Just be on your way.
Ask the policeman here what I said.
Well, I'm not asking the policeman. I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, I said a bad name. I apologize.
Did you apologize to her?
Yes, I did.
And then what did you walk up to the bar and say to me?
Well, about what?
You said that I was lower than scum.
After what you said to me, did I not apologize to you? I mean, you tell the truth and I'll tell the truth.
I did.
Did I apologize to you before you said it to me? I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I'm sorry for it. I'm still sorry for it. I didn't mean to say it.
That's sorry. All together, she walked out here.
She just mad tonight.
Control 1 is calling us on the radio. Let's get over to our car. We're just glancing back. The uniformed officers have settled this little discussion. The man is heading north and the woman south. That takes care of that.
5-6, we were out of the car. Go ahead.
1 to 5-6, are you clear?
5-6, Roger.
Control 1 to 5-6. Unit 5-3 has been dispatched to 2931 Ingersoll Place to see the woman about a possible assault. This is near your present location. Will you follow up?
5-6 to 1, Roger. You might tell 5-3 we'll be there in a couple of minutes.
1 to 5-3, Detective Unit 5-6 rolling.
Well, this seems to be our night for assaults. Thinking of that woman heading south, be interesting to know what she called that fellow. On second thought, maybe we better skip it. through this next signal and skip over a couple of side streets. We'll be there. Apparently there isn't a rush on this call, or Control 1 would have given us a code. That is something like Code 2, roll with your red light, or Code 3, hit that siren. Anyway, apparently there's not too much rush, but it should be right up here about the next block. Can't be too far ahead. In fact, here comes our uniform car from the opposite direction. See their spotlight searching out the numbers along the street. Apparently is up here just a couple of 100 yards. That's Unit 5-3 up there that's stopped. And we're going to pull right in front of them. Here we are. The crew, Officers Good and Cameron, are going to investigate the trouble. It's a small bungalow, middle-aged man and woman waiting for us. Man holding his face.
I was watering.
Let's see what the reason for this is.
So he come in the store, and he was watching television. He knocked at the door, and my husband opened the door, and his wife came in, and they had both been drinking. And my husband, he said something about, why do you pick on my wife every time she's in the yard? And then he giddy up and slapped my husband across the mouth.
Well, what did you do?
I did. Right here.
You asked us all to do.
I absolutely did.
Well, his wit wasn't.
And then I said, that's what it was. There's no more trouble with you, and I got to face it.
They both come in here, and he was arguing, and I said, well, what do you pick on my wife all the time? Why don't you come and tell me, see? He just took his hand right across the face there, and knocked any teeth. No. He just like to just...
But, it's not that.
For no reason, I don't know why. I said, why did you pick on her? Every time she was out, he picked on her, you know what I mean?
Do you want to sign a complaint against this person, sir?
Oh.
Yes, sign it and have on file up there. And the next time you come on file,
it's not a matter of being on file. It's a matter of if you sign a complaint against him, he'll be served with a warrant and put in jail.
If there's some way we can have him know to let us even come over here one time drunk, him and her, and they call me dirty names.
Well, I'll tell you, we can advise this person on the seriousness of the assault. And chances are he'll never try this again. But if you want to sign a complaint against this person, you can sign it in the district attorney's office, and chances are the warrant will be served, and this man will be put in jail and tried.
Well, when can you tell him?
If you want it that way, yes, ma'am.
If you don't have press charges, then we'll just make a verbal advisement on this now.
That's right. I want him to know that if you don't leave me alone, I am going to take action. I told him that, but he don't seem to heed it.
Well, we're going to talk.
There's no reason he has over this one. That's nice. Well, so now you're in a position now where you can go up, sign a complaint against him for assault.
We don't want no trouble. Understand? We live here. We stay in our own place. We keep our dogs
together. That's what I told him.
Other people don't.
Why are you doing this?
He's in the back there.
If anything else like this ever happens, I want you to give us a call. And
we will. I intend to do it.
We'll let him know now that it's a serious matter when he goes on. Okay, you got it. Victim doesn't wish to sign a complaint, so we'll just advise the other couple. Two very large Great Dane dogs blocking the door. Gosh, I've seen ponies smaller than these fellas. Huh? Here are the two participants in the quarrel. Man and wife, both middle-aged, 50s, heavy set, each armed with a bottle of beer. The woman struggling with one dog. The other is in the process of bowling me over. Well, the woman and one officer is wrestling one of the dogs, a big fellow. The other is trying very playfully to remove my coat sleeve with my arm in it. It's every man for himself. Trying to get him in the bedroom. Well, now let's see what it's all about. Is your husband the gentleman that struck your neighbor next door?
Now, here's the situation. We got a call in here on the phone. You want to come back here, sir? We're talking to you. Did you go over next door here and hit this man across the face with the back of your hand?
I did not.
I've heard this before, I think, didn't you?
No, we don't.
Those people ready to sign a complaint against you, unless you start singing your own yard, you can run alone. Understand?
I understand.
You're not supposed to go into someone else's house, especially when they're drinking, go up and smack a guy across the face. That's a good way to end up.
Are you accusing me of that, sir?
I'm telling you what the gentleman next door told us. He happens to have a witness to the fact that it happened.
His wife. We were in the house, yes.
What happened tonight?
Well, my husband rang the doorbell. And I came behind. And she came out, and she said, well, she grabbed the key, she said, come on, Joe, so let's go get the cops.
I'll make the next call.
Wait just a minute.
We'll make the next call.
Listen.
No, honey.
These officers just went next door and talked to that side and heard their side of the story. They want to hear your side of the story here.
Perhaps I was wrong.
You did hit him, though. You did hit him in the back.
I did not.
Well, sir, you might as well tell us because they're not pressing charges on you at this time. They're going to be very fair about it. So you have no reason to lie to us in any way because we're not going to harm you.
Did you push him?
We just want to keep the peace.
Well, that's what I always keep the peace.
Where have you been drinking tonight, sir?
There?
In my home. I never drink any place but my home.
Well, did you lay a hand on him?
I did not lay hands.
No, he's not there.
Why would they call the police?
Ask the person that is trying to tell us shut.
Well, these officers came down here interested in keeping the peace, keeping people quiet.
Yes.
If they have a return call down here, then they're going to do something about it.
Well, why can't I turn around and make a call and call you gentlemen down here under the same circumstances?
Doesn't find you're drunk and intoxicated.
I'm in my home.
Doesn't make any difference. You're creating a disturbance.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
That you can go to jail, despite the fact you're in your own home.
Yes, sir.
So if these officers come down here and return call, somebody's going to jail.
Is there any time that I cannot call in? At 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll call. And will you give them the same courtesy that you're giving me?
If you have a legitimate reason to call the police will answer the call.
The word that goes on.
Sir, do you think because they gave you a break, you might give them a break and stay away from there?
Well, when did they give me a break?
They give you the break, they're not signing a complaint at this time for a
I just as soon as they sign a complaint, because if they want to dig me, I'll dig them.
Well, you're in no position to do anything at the present time. You're intoxicated. They don't want to sign a complaint. The only thing they want is to be left alone over there. Same respect you people want to be left alone.
There. Now, Daddy.
So you think that you can stay here and keep quiet, and they'll stay over there and keep quiet. Okay?
I will not promise that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. We come down here again, somebody's going to jail.
And
chances are it'll be you, sir, because you're the intoxicated one.
I'll take a chance on that.
Now,
controlling them?
listen, I've been married to him for 23 years.
Just keep it quiet here and let people quiet and everybody be happy.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Bye.
Heading back now to our radio unit. Situation is pretty well cleared up.
Well, they were sure a couple of big dogs, weren't they?
Yeah. It's the first time I ever wrestled one that outweighed me.
6 to Control 1, clear on the assault call, advised. 5-3 has a report. Control 1 to 5-6, roger. 5-6, will you meet the captain's unit 5-0 at 3601 Barbara? They have a burglary suspect in custody. Request you contact them at once. 5-6, roger, we're rolling.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. Can you spare $10 to help feed a family of 4 for a month? If you can, send it to CARE, together with your name and address, and that of some needy relative or friend in Europe or Israel, India, Pakistan, Japan, Okinawa, or the Philippines. CARE will do the rest and guarantees delivery. The address is simply CARE, Care, New York. Care is the sure, economical way to send food and clothing abroad. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Moving into the location where one of our units has a burglary suspect in custody. Here's the picture. Uniform car parked at curb. Suspect in the back. Arms behind him. Apparently handcuffed.
We got him in custody over here. We're going to take him in.
The suspect for a few minutes. He admits breaking into the building all right, but says he just wanted to use a phone.
You want to take him home to juvenile or what? We'll have him take him in, and then we'll talk to him when we get down the station.
Suspect is not a juvenile. Moving into the house. Man and wife, victims waiting for us. Captain Lugo checking over reports of the uniformed officer.
Can you tell us what happened?
Well, all we know is when we came to the door, it was bolted, you see. We couldn't use our lock. And then we heard someone in here, and we could hear him moving in here. Well, he was trying to get this thing down.
Trying to get out of the building.
Getting out of the building.
I told her, I said, there's somebody in here.
And then we could hear him.
Was he trying to get out of the window when you came in? Is that...
We don't know. He said that he was. The window was open when we came back.
Was he over here by the window trying to get out?
Well, the window was open. We have closed it since.
Well,
and he took this down.
You didn't leave it open yourself.
No.
In other words,
no.
he did this himself.
Uh-huh.
Well, the way it stands now, he's been taken to the police station. He's going to be booked for suspicion of burglary. And the investigation will reveal whatever it may. So it'll just have to take its course. Okay?
Fine. Just whatever.
Over next to the windows.
Take these along. Take a burglar tools.
Sergeant Perkins gathering up a bunch of tools used by the suspect to pry open the window. Hammer, screwdriver, crowbar.
Give this to Perk. The captain wants to check out the address.
Yeah, will do. Perk, here's the suspect's name and address.
Oh, good. Let's go over and shake his house.
Okay, I'm with you.
You are? And you won't mind help carry these tools, will you?
Oh, wait a minute. This isn't in my contract.
On this 459 call, we're going over to check out the suspect's house. We hold him in the detention room, and we'll talk to him as soon as we get to the station.
156-10-4. We'll advise the booking sergeant. KMA 394.
Arriving now at the home of the burglary suspect. Lives on the second floor. It's a modest apartment building. Number 2. It's this one here on the left-hand side.
Hello. We're from the police department. I think we have your son in jail. Can we come in and talk to you a minute, please?
Mother motioning us in.
We caught him in a building tonight up in Culver City. And we wanted to come down here with your permission, kind of look things over and see if he has anything that he shouldn't have.
You mean among his belongings?
Yes, ma'am. You can sit down if you want, ma'am.
I'll be all right. It's very shocking to me.
Certainly. He tells us that he was trying to make a long-distance telephone call to his sister. In this particular case, and he's committed a felony so he could make a telephone call, his story is...
Well, I have a daughter in New York, of course.
We'd just like to look around if we may. We'd like to have you with us just to see if there's anything here that...
I don't think there is, but you can come along.
We'd like to look at his bedroom more than anything else. I'll explain the situation a little bit. Right next door to it, they've had a number of thefts of automobiles. Well, if there's any automobile parts or anything like that, that's...
Into the suspect's bedroom.
This is the only bag that he had. I wouldn't feel my boyfriend was looking wrong about anything.
Well,
I'm very much shocked about it. Here's, pardon me.
Sure.
This is his clothes here.
Just the usual assortment. Pretty much routine.
Has your son ever been in any trouble at all?
No, he hasn't. Never. He never has.
Would he, do you suppose he'd have any particular reason for going into this building to make the phone call instead of maybe making it a pay phone or
I
something
couldn't
like
tell
that?
you that. I can't understand why he would do a thing like that. I really can't tell you. He might have been trying to get in touch with my girl.
Is there any, your boy is a real pretty truthful and...
He always has been.
How old is he?
He's 25.
25. Thank you very much, ma'am. We're going back to station and talk to your son. Good night.
In front of me is a two-way mirror. Looking into the interrogation room, Sergeant Perkins is on the phone, running a record check. Suspect is sitting at the desk, nervously trying to light a cigarette. Nice-looking young fellow, crew cut, horn-rimmed glasses. Now let's move on into the office.
That's about all we'll need. Thanks very much. Okay, good night. All right, now let's have the straight story. What were you doing in that building?
I wanted to call back to New York to speak to my sister. Just as I was starting to use the phone, they drove up, and I got nervous and locked the door because I knew I wasn't supposed to be in there.
Did you have permission to go into the building?
No, I didn't.
What were you going to do, make a long-distance call on their phone?
Yes, I was.
Charge it to them?
No, I wasn't.
Well, how were you going to pay for it?
I'd given the money.
When? In the morning?
No, when I got paid.
Well, do you have an emergency call to make to the
No, I just wanted to speak to my sister.
You have a phone at your house?
I have a phone at my apartment. They didn't even claim that his apartment. But she doesn't like people to be using it for long-distance telephone calls.
You have no business in that building,
I know I didn't. I know, I'll admit that.
Were you going to go out the window?
I was trying to see if I could go.
Do you realize what you've done tonight?
Yes, I
committed
do.
a felony just to make a telephone call?
I know I did.
Taking a chance of getting shot?
Yes, I know. It's awful stupid and idiotic.
What disgrace upon your folks?
I know it.
You're booked now on a charge of burglary. The illegal entering of a building without the owner's permission. You know what the penalty of burglary calls for?
No, sir, I don't.
Section 459 of the Penal Code. There's two types of burglary. Burglary in the first degree and in the second degree. First degree is committed by a person armed with a deadly weapon which you were not armed with. And all other types of burglaries are considered as second degree. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or in the state prison for not less than 1 or more than 15 years. So you stand by making foolish phone call, you stand to
make 15 years of this.
It's a long time for a phone call.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
As you followed our officers on the tour of Night Watch tonight, you can see the diversified problems that come up in police work. In the first case, for example, two families quarreling was settled by merely advising that a reoccurrence of tonight's events could result in the subjects being arrested. The second investigation, the couple arguing on the street, likewise received a similar warning. In the final case of the suspect trapped in the building, he was booked on suspicion of burglary, which carries a sentence of not less than 5 years in the state prison. However, there were extenuating circumstances which the arresting officers included in their report and which the court took into consideration. The suspect was given a suspended sentence and placed on a 2-year probation. We are recording our investigations as they happen on the night watch to show you a police investigation may turn up the evidence to prove a person guilty, or by the same token may clear a suspect of any complicity with a crime. As a peace officer for 29 years, I've come to one conclusion. Police work is much more enjoyable when you help the innocent than when you prosecute the guilty. I hope in a small way this will help you understand our problems as you ride each week on the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
Just ease this crate to a stop, Mike. Just ease it. Like this, Johnny? Good. Good boy, Mike. Very good. Now let me have the shotgun. You want me to come with you? If you like. You might be helpful in spreading the talk around about what happens to a guy who crosses Johnny A. Very helpful. You know, he was making a deal with Big Eddie Morris? Yeah. I sure wouldn't like to be in Nick's shoes when he grabs the lead from that shotgun, boys. You mind your own business like you've been doing, and you'll never catch lead from me, Mike. Never. Come on. Don't make no noise. Right? Hey, look, Johnny. You can see Nick from here. Back of his head through the window, see it? Sure. But I knew it would be there. I knew he'd be there. I've known everything he's done or thought of even in the past 2 weeks. Watch out for those bushes. You're gonna get right on top of him, Johnny? I'm gonna get so close that I can't miss. So close. Like from right here. One slug through the window, then through him, and that should do it. Hey, sure, Johnny, sure. As soon as I fire, you and I beat it back to the car and get away fast. Very fast. I got you. Where do we go? You drop me at Sonny's house. Gotta see my girl after a good night's work. She's going to South America tomorrow. That's another reason I gotta see her tonight. A guy's gotta give his girl a goodbye kiss. Yeah, he does. Well, Mike, this is it. Hey, just thought of something. Yeah? Can't let nobody go away anywhere without saying goodbye. You mean your girl? Yeah. Well, you're going over there after this to say goodbye to, ain't you? Sure. But, she's not the only one going somewhere. You take Nick in there. He's going somewhere, too. So goodbye, Nick. Goodbye.
Please sit down, Miss Belmont.
Thanks, D.A. Swell layout you got here. Pays to be a district attorney, don't it?
Not too well financially, but rather well in satisfaction.
I know what you mean, Markham. That's the kind of reason I'm here. Satisfaction. I'm going to pay off a guy named Johnny A. Ever hear of him?
Yes. He rates way up there on our list of public enemies.
Well, Markham, I was his girl. I was up to this morning. In an hour, I'm off to South America. Only before I go, I got this to tell you. You know Nicky Keating got blasted last night?
I know of him.
Johnny A. did that job, Markham. He killed Keating and came running to my place after he did it. I threw him out. You see, Nicky Keating was my brother. That's what I got to tell you. Get Johnny A., Markham.
In view of what you told me, I don't doubt that we will. We'll need your testimony, of course.
You're on your own from here. Johnny A.'s got too many friends. He's all yours, but I've helped all I'm going to. I'm going to South America, and don't try any legal tricks to keep me here. I'll suddenly be taken with lapse of memory.
Where is Johnny A. now?
I think he blew town, but I happen to know he'll be back tonight, and he'll head for my place.
Oh?
Bust in there around midnight tonight, and it's all yours. So long, Markham. Nice meeting you. When I get back, drop around to my place with your friend Philo Vance. I hear he's kind of attractive.
I may do that. Where will you be in South America, Miss Belmont, in case we need you?
Well, now that's kind of hard to say, Markham. South America's such a big place.
Pardon me, but I was told Philo Vance was in this gymnasium. Have you seen him?
Sure, there he is over by the punching bag in the corner. Sure glad I'm not that bag.
Thank you. Hello there, Vance.
Well, Markham, glad to see you. I'd ask you to sit down, but there isn't anywhere for you to sit except for that exercise horse, and you'll be much more comfortable standing, believe me.
I'll take your word for it. What are you doing at midnight, Vance?
Well, up till now, there was a good chance I'd be sleeping. Why?
This morning, a girl named Sonny Belmont was in my office.
Huh?
She told me that a gang leader named Johnny A. was the man who fired a shotgun slug into Nick Keating.
Sonny Belmont? Isn't she Johnny A.'s girl?
She was, but she was also Keating's sister.
Oh.
She left early today for South America, but she told us that Johnny A. would be at her house around midnight tonight. I thought maybe you'd like to be in on a kill that doesn't require any of your very adroit masterminding.
Oh, I most certainly do, Markham. I'll be there. Rather unusual social event, though, isn't it?
What do you mean?
With the hostess out of town, there'll be a party at her house. A certain party, that is, of course.
Drop his head in the water and keep it there a little longer. He'll talk. No. Go ahead, do like I say.
No, don't do it.
Trump's no joker. Johnny A.'s right hand. And if it was Johnny A. that knocked off Nick Keating, he'll tell me. Okay, hold him up. All right, Mike, this is your last crack at staying alive. Johnny A. knew Nick was playing ball with me, so he made with a shotgun. Right or wrong?
Why is she going?
Let Tub stick his head in it and hold him there this time.
No.
I'm running out of patience.
No, wait a minute. After screws let go of me, will you? I'll talk.
Heard what the man said, boy. Let go of him. Okay, Mike. What do you got to say?
It was Johnny A., all right.
That's what I thought. Looks like the showdown between him and me, then. Big Eddie Morris against Johnny A. This has been coming for a long time. Where is Johnny?
I don't know.
Think the water might help you remember?
No, look, Ed, you gotta believe me when I tell you I don't know.
The water tub, boys. I can't stand guys who only do halfway talk.
I told you what you want to know. I told you.
Now, hold him there for a while, kid. Not too long, I suppose. Just till he stops breathing. Then we make plans to get Johnny A.
That's the second time that car's passed you, Vance.
I know. At midnight, it is a little unusual for a car to circle a block twice.
You know, I think I recognize the man next to the driver, Big Eddie Morris. He's Johnny A.'s leading rival for gang dishonors in this town.
And he, too, was watching the house of your friend, Miss Sonny Belmont.
All I can mean is that Johnny A. is inside that house across the street, Vance. I think I'll signal to Sergeant Heath and close in on it.
You imagine that Johnny A. is in there asleep?
Yes, I do. I believe Miss Belmont's tip. Heath and his men are waiting for me to wave this white handkerchief, and I think I'm going to do it.
Well, it's exactly midnight. You might just as well.
That house, Vance, that explosion came from Miss Belmont's house.
I know, and if Joyer was in it, that's the end of him and the end of our case. Or so it seems. But somehow I doubt that very much.
Hola. ¿Es usted el señor que llama señorita Belmont?
Sí. The operator has her, Markham, I think.
Un momento, señor, por favor.
Gracias.
Adelante, por favor, señor.
Just sit tight, Markham. I'm sure I'll contact Miss Belmont in South America. The operator's trying to get the call through now.
Vance, it's only an hour since the explosion, but we've already done some great work on this case. The body in that house was identified without a shadow of a doubt as Johnny A's, and you succeeded in finding where Miss Belmont is.
Not too difficult, Markham. There are only 2 airlines to South America. I checked them both. Found which one took a girl answering Miss Belmont's description and where they took her. The operator's now checking the hotels in that city. We'll be talking to her shortly. Wait and see.
We're going to a lot of trouble just to inform the young lady that her ex-boyfriend is dead. I think I'd rather go after Big Eddie Morris. It was undoubtedly he or one of his gang that planted the bomb that wrecked Miss Belmont's home and killed Johnny A.
I'm sure I'll be seeing your friend.
Aquí es señorita Belmont. Hello? Hello? Hello, who is it wants?
Hello, Miss Belmont. This is Philo Vance. You don't know me.
No, but I will, since I get back. I was mentioning to your friend Markham that we all ought to get together sometime.
I'd hardly call 5,000 miles just to accept an invitation, Miss Belmont.
Oh.
I want to tell you that your boyfriend, Johnny A., is dead.
Tried to shoot it out with the cops and caught one, huh?
Not exactly. Your home is partially wrecked, Miss Belmont. A bomb exploded.
And Johnny was caught in the blast. Good. The joint's insured and he's out of my life. Well, it's nice of you to let me know, Vance. You're making sure I have a good time on my vacation.
I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself up till now, because your vacation is over. You're coming back.
Who says so?
I do.
Suppose I don't come back. What then?
Then I'll come down and get you.
Huh. You know, Vance, that sounds like the best offer I've had in years.
Okay. Quiet, all you guys. Now, quiet down, will you, please? Now, listen, you guys. I talk better with a gun in my hand than I do with my face. But I got something to say. All right, go ahead. Hey, you mug. Give Big Eddie a chance, will you? He's paying for this party. Let him talk if you want. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Quiet, please. Now, get this. We're gathered here tonight to mourn the passing of a beloved... Well, never mind. I thought I had a speech memorized, but skip it. Now, look. Boys, this is straight from the feed box. Johnny A. is dead. Some of you guys used to work for him. Okay, so now you work for me. What kind of a deal, Eddie? Same kind you got from Johnny A. The take is still here in this town. We'll make even more if we have one good organization instead of 2 fighting each other. Well, what do you say? Sure. That's what I want to hear. All right, fellas, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. I got to make a phone call and find out what happened to the dancing girls I ordered. Don't nobody go away now. Here? Would be quick enough to leave now, I'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Quite a party going on in there, Eddie.
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
So, your name's Vance, and so there's quite a party going on in there. So?
What's the occasion of the celebration?
Oh, kind of a party to announce a new benefit organization. Yeah, that's what it is. A benefit organization.
Whose benefit, besides your own?
Look, Vance, I know all about you. You're supposed to be smart, you're supposed to be tough. Right now, I got a phone call to make. You're going to be smart and let me make it, or tough and try to stop me?
It might be very smart to stop this entire organization right now.
Yeah?
Eddie, I have an idea. The district attorney wants to see you.
So let him send me a summons.
He did better than that. He sent me.
You sure you know what you're doing, Vance?
You yourself said I was smart.
I take it back. You're an egghead. Now get out of my way.
Seems to me I said you and I were going to see the DA.
Seems to me I
see the DA.
Seems to me I see... Now, get.
All right, Brooklyn. But results are going to be the same. You're going to be bouncing around any minute now, Eddie, and this ought to give you a start.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Johnny A. murder case opened before Johnny A. was murdered. A was a gang leader who had killed an underling, Nick Keating. Johnny A.'s girl, Sonny Belmont, told me that before she left for South America. But while she was in South America, a bomb destroyed part of her home. And we found Johnny A.'s dead body in it. Vance spoke to Miss Belmont, and she flew back here, where she is now, in my office, waiting for Vance, who is going to see Johnny A.
Kind of surprised I'm here, aren't you, Markham?
Yes, and I'm just as surprised that Vance isn't. I wonder what's keeping him.
Don't forget, he never got a look at me. If he had, he'd have been here an hour ago. What time is it, by the way?
5 o'clock. I don't mind admitting that's what's worrying me. Vance went to see Big Eddie Morris 2 hours ago.
You know, that's the trouble with you guys who carry watches. You worry too much. Me, I never carry them. I wouldn't have one around. What good are they? All they do is make you hurry when you want to take your time, and that's not for me. I'm a gal that likes to take her time.
Your theory is undoubtedly excellent for you, Miss Belmont. But Vance should have been here an hour ago.
Maybe he doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello?
Markham, sorry I've been delayed.
Where are you, Vance?
I only found out myself a few minutes ago. It seems that Big Eddie and I had a little session, but I guess we made too much noise because a few of his friends interrupted us. And that's all I remember.
Are you hurt?
Well, my eye isn't in very good condition. There must have been 5 or 6 of them, so I don't feel too badly, although I guarantee a few of them do.
I'm glad it was nothing serious, Vance. But listen, Miss Belmont is here in my office. We've been waiting for you.
Meet me instead, will you, Markham? At what was once her home. And bring Miss Belmont with you, if you will. I'm sure she can help close this case and round up an entire gang of criminals and killers.
All right, Vance, we'll be there. I'll bring Miss Belmont and a squad of Sergeant Heath's best men.
Never mind them, Markham. Just bring Miss Belmont and a piece of beefsteak for my eye. Quite a mess they made of this room in your house, Miss Belmont.
Big Eddie Morris made quite a mess out of you, Vance. And the stuff in his house is insured.
So am I, against repetition of an accident like the one that happened to me. Markham, your men looked over this place pretty well, didn't they?
The police bomb squad did. They found evidence that the blast was caused by a simple bomb which could have been planted in the house or thrown through a back window.
Presumably by the men in the car we saw circling the block. Well, let's see now. Blast was at midnight. Miss Belmont, you got to South America sometime during that day. What time was it?
I've got no idea. Time doesn't mean a thing to me.
Miss Belmont has an allergy where watches and clocks are concerned. Vance won't have them around.
When I get anywhere, as long as I get there, I'm on time. Understand, Vance?
I can understand why anyone who had an appointment with you would subscribe to that, yes. You know, you're quite attractive.
Throw away your watch sometime and I'll come over and see you.
Do that, Miss Belmont, please. In the event you do, we'll need no watch. Time will stand still.
You know, I was under the impression that we met here to get some evidence against Big Eddie Morris.
Oh, I got all the evidence I needed before you arrived, Markham. You remember I was here first.
Yes. What evidence did you find?
This.
What's that?
It looks like a piece of tin.
It is a piece of tin. A curved piece, about 3 inches long, I'd say. And the color is, well, a sort of dull gray. I picked it up off the floor.
With all the beautiful bric-a-brac in this room shattered by the explosion, why would a piece of tin interest you, Vance? I don't understand it. But then again, I don't have to. Just say the word and we'll move in and make an arrest.
You're the district attorney, my friend. It's a little silly to make an arrest if you can't get a conviction, and I haven't enough proof.
Yes.
My next move is to get more proof. And, Miss Belmont.
Yes?
I'm going to need your help.
Sure, I know you. Well, Johnny A.'s girl. Right?
I was Nick Keating's sister, Eddie. Long before I was Johnny A.'s girl. And Johnny killed Nick.
Oh. Well, what do you want with me?
Look, Eddie. You know I was the finger in every jewel lift Johnny ever made. I went to a nightclub, spotted the dames with the biggest diamonds and the best-looking furs, and put the finger on them for Johnny. I could do that for you.
Yeah, you could. And you could double-cross me, too.
Do you think I'd do that, Eddie? To the guy that did me a favor and rubbed out the guy that killed my brother?
I don't know. I'll let you know after you work your first job for us.
Waiting for somebody, friend?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Vance.
That's right, and you're one of Eddie Morris's boys, one of the boys that filed into me when Eddie and I were seeing how tough we were at the banquet yesterday.
Oh, gee, Vance, I had to do that. If I hadn't, what if a lot of guys smacked into you? Don't pick on me.
Why are you sitting in this car with the engine running across the street from a very smart nightclub? As if I couldn't guess.
Look, Vance, don't interfere with us. Keep out of it. Don't mess around. You're getting Big Eddie's hair.
Get out of the car. I'm sitting in for you.
Not a chance, Sam.
Sorry, my friend. If my information is right, I can't waste time. Out you go. Come on. That's it. Now, you will keep right there until the police... Uh-oh.
Okay, Joe, get
Hey,
going.
fellas, wait
All right, get going quick. Helen, you guys. You too, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm in.
Wait a minute. Good. Come on, I said, Joe. Get this car moving. Nice work, Sonny.
Thanks, Eddie.
This diamond I grabbed ought to be at least 15 carats. Nice piece of change. Joe, where are you driving?
Just a minute. I'm not driving anywhere, and I'm not Joe.
Vance.
Hey.
That's right, only I'm not alone this time. I have a gun for company, as you can see. And there's a car full of policemen right in back of us.
You crossed us, didn't you, Sonny? I
Please, Eddie, don't do anything you won't live to regret. Miss Belmont had her choice of crossing you or helping us, right, Miss Belmont?
That's right, Ben. And you're so much better looking than Eddie.
Eugene Macy, alias Potato Head Williams, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of murder. Step down.
Got the whole Eddie Morris gang, eh, Markham?
The entire bunch, Vance. And that includes all of Johnny Hayes' boys, too.
Eddie Morris, alias Big Eddie Morris, suspicion of robbery, murder. Step down. Now, that winds it up, Mr. Markham.
Thanks, Haley. Keep them all nice and happy until we need them.
Okay, dear.
Vance, you know who really deserves a vote of thanks? Sonny Belmont. She certainly helped us.
She most certainly did. Which reminds me, I have an appointment with her at her new apartment. I want to thank her for her help.
But you already thanked her, Vance. In my office an hour ago.
Yes, I did, Markham, but not enough. I couldn't. There were too many people around.
Anybody ever tell you you were wonderful, Vance?
Not recently.
Now, put me down in your book as today's entry, then. You're wonderful.
I left my book home. I'm afraid you'll just have to keep on telling me.
I'd tell you anything, Vance, any time.
Well, not to switch from a very interesting subject, me, I'd like to know something about Johnny A.
What, for instance?
What kind of a man was he?
He was a scared rat. He never moved without a bodyguard. He used my place as a hangout. You know why?
Why?
Because he was scared to use his own apartment. I thought I loved him.
He wasn't afraid to use your house?
That house was the safest spot in the city. Windows were bulletproof. Doors were sheet metal. You couldn't get into that joint with an acetylene torch. Johnny A. paid for all those extras.
Quite a character.
Yeah. Well, we talked about him, about you, and about me. Now let's talk about you and me.
Sounds very interesting. We'll see how interesting after you tell me just one more thing, if you don't mind. When you left for South America, where was Johnny A?
I don't know. He came to the house after he killed my brother, told me he'd be back the following midnight, and left.
I imagine if he'd left, he'd be alive today.
What do you mean, if he left? He did leave.
No, I'm afraid you killed him before you left for South America, despite the explosion which occurred when you were 5,000 miles away. I'm afraid I can prove you killed him, Miss Belmont. Now it's your turn to be afraid.
Please, Vance, let's not waste time with this. I've got to know how you built the state's case against Sonny Belmont.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Markham.
All right.
Her house was practically a fortress. Metal doors, bulletproof glass, everything you could think of. How could anybody get in there to plant a bomb in the living room?
Perhaps it was planted there the day before it went off. Someone coming in pretending to be a meter reader or something.
It was planted there the night before by Miss Belmont. He had been trying to break up with Johnny for some time, had a bomb all prepared. When he told her he had killed her brother, she shot him, then prepared the bomb to explode at midnight the next evening.
How did you know that?
Remember the piece of tin I picked up in her house, Markham, in the room where the bomb exploded?
Yes, of course. Dullish gray, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Uh-huh.
A piece of metal like that could come from a cheap alarm clock. I checked and found an alarm clock the same color in a store near Miss Belmont's home.
Yes, that would indicate a time bomb was used, inasmuch as Miss Belmont had an aversion to clocks.
Even if she had no aversion to them, Markham, she never would have had a cheap alarm clock in a lavishly furnished room. It was a time bomb, all right.
Yeah. Vance, the Eddie Morris gang could have planted that bomb.
Markham, the day of the explosion, you had Miss Belmont's house watched every moment from the time she left your office. But your men never saw Johnny A. come in that day, yet his body was found after the explosion.
Yeah.
Now, what's the answer? Simple. Johnny A. had been there since the night before. Dead, of course, but there just the same.
Yes.
The Morris gang could never have gotten into that house at any time to plant a bomb.
Well, Miss Belmont's confession shows your reasoning is correct. She had me fooled completely, especially since she helped us trap the Eddie Morris gang.
That was merely to throw us off her trail, just as her trip to South America was supposed to do.
Yes, I know that now. Too bad about her, Vance. She's very attractive.
I thought she was attractive at the beginning, Markham, but she's just a killer at the end of the Johnny A. murder case.
Calling all detectives. Serum antitoxins save thousands of lives. But I once had a case where life-saving serum was meant to kill a man. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, private detective, don't get sick very much. In fact, more doctors consult me than the other way around. Dr. Bowman closed the door of his private office and sat down heavily at his desk. A moment ago, he'd been the perfect picture of the grave doctor. Now, in the privacy of his office, Mr. Browning, somebody in my clinic is trying to murder me by means of anaphylaxis. Anna who? Dr. Bowman wasn't amused. Anaphylaxis isn't a person, Mr. Browning. It's a physiological phenomenon. Extreme and violent shock reaction. For example, if a guinea pig is injected with a harmless amount of certain tropical serums, that guinea pig becomes sensitized to it. Then, if within 10 to 14 days the animal is injected again with the same serum, anaphylaxis results. Within a few minutes, it dies. Wow. Now, let me get this straight, Doctor. Serums that protect a person, if injected a second time within a limited period, cause death? Certain rare serums, yes. Mr. Browning, as you know, I have recently returned from the Amazon, researching for the cause and cure of the dread leucosis plague. After 2 years of work, I have finally evolved its antitoxin. And now look. Dr. Bowman opened his desk drawer, took out a wicked-looking hypodermic syringe. Browning, somebody has made a human guinea pig out of me. Yesterday, when I went into the closet to change to my street clothes, I felt a pinprick, investigated, and found this needle attached to the wall where I had to bump into it. The needle was filled with leucosis plague antitoxin. If it happens again within the next 2 weeks, As sure as I'm sitting here, I am a doomed man. I was hired by a doctor to find out who was trying to murder him through repeated injections of a deadly tropical plague antitoxin. Dr. Bowman introduced me to his staff as being a pre-graduate worker compiling a report for a medical school journal. His staff consisted of 2 associate doctors, Ryder and Kaufman, and 2 employees, Miss Lang, the nurse, and Harry Brent, the lab technician.
Tell me, Mr. Browning, what do you think of the new Swedish discoveries in the field of paresthesis?
Dr. Kaufman, I approve of them, mostly. I got out of that one. I hoped. But when Brent, the lab technician, found me at the big refrigerator... Get away from that, Browning. You should know better than to leave that door open. You'll ruin all the cultures and cerium there. Well, I was just looking at the stock. Brent stared at me curiously. Just what do you think this is? A clinic or a grocery store? I couldn't answer that one and didn't try. After that, I kept out of the lab and spent most of my time in the anteroom studying Miss Lang. That was nice work. She was a neat little brunette who certainly didn't look like a murderess. Then very few of them do. I checked into her background, found it conventional. She lived in a nurse's residence, had no special boyfriend, dated the lab technician Brent once in a while. Brent was one of those guys who hadn't been able to make the grade in medical school and shifted over to lab work. As for the 2 doctors, Kaufman was a widower whose chief interest in life, apart from medicine, appeared to be chess. The other doctor, Ryder, was engaged to a society girl and spent all his free time with her. What did it all add up to? Nothing yet. I shifted my inquiry back to the clinic, observed the patients, watched the staff at work. On the 3rd day, I had another conference with Dr. Bowman. Anything yet, Browning? This tension is beginning to show on me. I'm afraid to make any sudden move, walk into a closet, turn a corner. Browning, I can't stand this much longer. Take it easy, Doc. I studied him. How would you like to go out of town for a couple of weeks, until the critical period of that serum shot you had wears off? Bowman shook his head. I thought of that, but it'll just happen again after I return. I nodded. Of course it will. We'll solve it, providing you don't lose your nerve. I promise. I won't lose my nerve anymore. I grinned at him. Now you're talking. Let's get back to this anaphylaxis business, this sensitivity to plague serums. Would an average patient know about a thing like that? I doubt it strongly. But I doubt it too. But I just wanted to make sure. That eliminates the patients at the clinic and means the potential killer is somebody on your staff. Doctors Kaufman and Ryder, your nurse, Miss Lang, or your lab technician, Harry Brent. I'm afraid you're right. Now what? Now we try some anaphylaxis of our own and watch what happens. I worked that afternoon with the staff until the last patient had left. Then, in that lull, while the staff was still assembled, I said, you know, it's a funny thing, but many a guy who's afraid of being killed gets so nervous that he turns around and kills the other guy first. Kaufman turned on me.
Mr. Browning, what is the point of that profound observation?
Well, it's just something I happened to read in the papers. Dr. Ryder smiled coldly. Browning, I suggest you confine your reading to medical journals. Good day. I got no reactions from the nurse or the lab technician, but I didn't care. The thought had been planted. The next morning, as Dr. Kaufman was putting his coat away...
Confound those carpenters who leave nails sticking out of doors!
We started the morning's work. Then a couple of hours later, Dr. Ryder came dashing into the office.
Get me some iodine and a bandage, quickly!
Dr. Ryder's palm showed a tiny drop of blood from a pinprick, while Miss Lang ran for the iodine. What's the matter, Dr. Ryder? Cut yourself?
A pin sticking out of the corner of my desk. A man can get blood poisoning that way. Where's that girl with the iodine?
Well, that proved nothing. But in the lab that afternoon, Harry Brent was preparing a culture. I walked past him, and as I did, nudged him. Brent staggered back, brushed his elbow against the cabinet door, then jumped into the air.
I'm poisoned! I've been poisoned!
I grabbed Brent before he fell. You're dying. Bowman got you before you got him. Quick, tell me what it's all about, and I'll avenge you. Yeah. Anaphylaxis may be something I never heard of before, but the power of suggestion is old stuff to me. I had the whole story in less than a minute. Jealousy. Brent loved Miss Lang. She loved Bowman. So the lab technician decided to eliminate his rival in typical medical style. In another 5 minutes, Brent knew the whole thing was a fake. Of course, the hypo needle had nothing in it. But by then, he was on the way to jail. Like I said, when anybody plans murder, sooner or later he has to take a shot of his own medicine. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Good Neighbor Policy.
The day was hot and sticky. The city wore it like a wet shirt. And to make things worse, there was a xylophone playing somewhere in the building, and that started me thinking about my neighbors. Mostly I was thinking two things about them. One, I didn't know any of them. And two, I'd like to shake the hand of the fellow that banged that xylophone day and night and break it. Not a very neighborly thought, but then it had been one of those days. You know the kind that prompts the neighbors to set the dogs on each other. Yeah, but now the sun had called it day. The wind had switched from the desert to the ocean, and I was figuring I'd be a better friend to man and woman if I took a long, cool shower. Well, there's got to be some legal way to kill xylophone players. Oh, no, big finish yet. Yes?
Your name Marlowe? Phil Marlowe?
Yeah, that's right.
I live 2 apartments down the hall. You got a call on my phone.
I got a call on your phone?
Look, the call's there. I'm a busy guy. You wanted it, don't you?
Well, sure I want it.
Okay, come on.
All right. I didn't catch your name.
No, you didn't. In here.
Oh.
Phone's over there on the desk. Snap it up, will you?
Yeah, sure. Regular charmer, this fella. Hello.
Phil, it's Ann.
Oh, hiya, honey.
Something must be wrong with your phone. I keep dialing your number and getting a very unpleasant little man.
Yeah, he's not so little. What's on your mind?
Oh, it's out tonight, Phil.
Oh, no.
Beanie sprained her ankle a little while ago, and I'll have to fill in for her at the hospital tonight.
That does it.
What?
Nothing. We'll do it again, huh?
Soon, I hope, Phil. Call me tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, honey.
Bye, Phil.
The lady says she keeps dialing my number and getting you. I'll report it.
Yeah, why don't you?
That's what I said. Oh, packing for a trip?
In between phone calls for you, yeah.
Look, it's only been one, and I said I'm sorry. What do you want, blood?
Leave.
Thanks, neighbor. Like I said, it had been hot all day. I wasn't getting any cooler exchanging pleasantries with Laughing Boy. Back in my own apartment, I mixed myself a tall, cool drink and thought about Ann, who was neither. I just about decided on that shower again when I remembered about calling the phone company. I reached for the phone, and just as I did... Hello?
Art, this is Rena. Listen, Ernie's crossed us. I can't talk now. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We'll clear out alone.
Hey, look,
10 minutes, Art. Be ready.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be ready, baby. Oh, my name isn't Art. And it isn't. Oh, well, one good turn and all that. Oh, no. Hey, laughing boy. Come on, open up, will you? I got a message for you. Come on, answer the door. Anybody home?
My, we're being rather boisterous out here, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess he's not home, huh?
It would almost appear that way, wouldn't it?
Yes, I guess it would, yeah.
You're apartment 6, aren't you? Philip Marlowe, is it?
Well, yeah, I am. Mrs.
Miss Garrity.
Oh.
Miss Adelaide Garrity. Rather a nice name, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I do, Miss Garrity.
I'm apartment 2.
Are you really? Well, apartment 2.
I've passed you ever so many times in the hall or coming in and out of the door, you know. But I just never felt that I'd known you somehow.
No, I suppose not. But then, you see...
I often say to Mrs. Evans, she's apartment 1, isn't it shameful, I say, that we don't know our own neighbors anymore? Here we are, under the same roof, as it were, and yet, what do we share with each other, really?
The utilities?
Oh, but that seems so little. Why, except for Mrs. Evans, the Randalls, the McCombs, the Nelson girls, and, oh, let me see now. Oh, yes, that young girl who plays with that softball team. Oh, what's her name?
Well, I really don't know.
Hattie. Hattie, that's it.
Yeah.
Hattie Netherton. Well, as I say, except for those 2 or 3 people, I don't know a soul in the building.
Well, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Some days you don't know a soul. Tell me, Miss Garrity, among the people in the building you don't know, do you also not know the fellow who lives here?
Apartment 3.
Yeah, this door I've been beating on. Who's that?
You don't know? And you're making all that fuss?
Yeah, well, it does seem silly, doesn't it?
Well, I should say so. But I'm afraid I won't be much help to you there, Mr. Marlowe. He's our newest tenant, you know. Moved in less than a month ago.
Oh, well, I just thought...
No, I don't feel that I really know him at all. He's rather a tall young man, brown hair, quite nice eyes, I've always thought.
Oh, that sounds like my
I
phone.
never see anyone with him, though. Something the lone wolf type, I guess.
Yeah, well, look, thanks, Miss Garrity, but my
and
phone
now
is,
that I think of it, I have seen someone come in with him.
Can I catch up to you again, Miss
But
Garrity?
whether
That
it was
call-
man, woman, or child, I really couldn't honestly say. Mostly Mr. Minter keeps
Mr.
doing
Minter,
himself,
huh?
so-
Well, thank you, and good night, Miss Garrity.
Well, find out.
Oh, great. Whoever it was, it hung up while Adelaide Garrity was telling me all she didn't know about the man named Minter. On the call before, someone named Rena had called him Art. Could be my unfriendly neighbor in apartment 3 was Art Minter. Yeah, well, that's pretty simple. Left me nowhere. Then there was Rena's message. Ernie's crossed us. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We'll clear out alone. Not exactly social conversation. I had a hunch about the phone call mix-up, but before I began to build a case about it, I called the chief operator at the phone company.
Chief operator.
Yeah, well, we've got a friendly little wager going here, operator. Will you settle an argument for us?
I'll try, sir.
Good. Is it possible for 2 telephone wires to get crossed in some way so that I could dial one number correctly and actually get the other number?
Yes, sir. That is possible.
Uh-huh.
It could happen only in the case of a slight equipment disorder, and only if the 2 numbers in question were on the party line.
Well, in other words, by dialing my number correctly, you get the person on my party line, and by dialing his number correctly, you get me. Is that it?
That's right, sir. Would you like to report such a difficulty?
No, thanks. Like I said, I just wanted you to settle a little argument for us. Thanks very much.
Not at all, sir.
Well, now I knew that much. Neighbor Minter and I were on a party line, and the strange switch in calls was legitimate. Now, I'd gone this far with the thing, I decided to leave the wires crossed for a while, just for laughs. And I looked at my watch. It was time to get a look at Rena. If she was coming from Minter in 10 minutes, she was due. I left my apartment, started down the hall toward his, and sure enough.
Art, it's Rena. Oh, please, Art, hurry. Hurry.
Nobody home, lady?
Oh, I'm sure he must be. I just talked with him on the phone a few minutes ago.
Oh, well, maybe he's in the shower.
Yes, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Now, please, would you mind?
That sounds like his phone.
Yes, it does. I wonder...
Yeah, so do I.
What's that?
Nothing. I mean, If he answers it, he'll probably answer your knock, too.
Yes, I suppose he will. Now, will you please leave me alone?
Oh.
Got to be there. Got to be there.
The phone ringing in Art's apartment was far more frustrating to me than it was to Rena. I knew darn well the call was really for me. I opened the front door out of the welcome freshness of the evening breeze and the scent of night-blooming jasmine. By the time I'd inhaled a little of both and walked out to the end of the sidewalk, Rena suddenly barged out of the building, looked desperately up and down the street, and then headed toward a car parked across the way. And her car had an Arizona license. In a minute, she drove away. Back in my own apartment, I called the chief operator again. Only this time I leveled with her about the crossed wires on my party line. After that, I took a shower and decided to end a dull day by putting in some sack time. The last conscious thought I had was Rena's urgent voice on the phone. Ernie's crossed us. I can't talk now. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We're clear on load. I still didn't get it. I didn't get it the next morning either. But I got up dressed and was starting for the morning paper, which my newsboy with questionable accuracy always pegs in the general vicinity of my apartment door. Didn't quite get there, though, before... Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe?
Speaking.
This is the telephone company calling, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
The difficulty with your phone that you reported last night has been remedied. Normal service may be resumed.
Oh, fine. Thanks for calling.
We hope you haven't been unduly inconvenienced.
Oh, not at all. It's been grand.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. Well, that's that. Okay, I'm coming. Hey. Oh. Hello again.
Hey, I got another call for you on my phone. Same name as last night, I think.
Yeah, but the phone company just
Look,
told
you
me...
always argue there's a call for you on my phone. I'd come on and answer it.
Well, how can I resist an invitation like that? It's funny, though. Wonder how that happened.
Yeah, you said that before.
Yeah, I know, I did, didn't I? Did I say before that I don't much care for xylophones? Or you?
I don't remember. I don't care.
No.
In here.
Yeah, and the phone's over there on the desk. Hey, Buster, that phone's hung up. There's no call for me. What is this?
This? This is a gun, Marlowe.
Yeah, I see it is.
You know too much, Marlowe. I don't like it when you know so much. So finish.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a blind auction racket in which employees in a customs house have a confederate purchase a battered suitcase containing a fortune in jewels. That's what CBS Radio's gangbusters have to contend with in The Case of the Nazi Diamonds, tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Don't miss Gangbusters tonight for a suitcase full of jewels and thrills. Say, friends, the flood victims of Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Illinois need your help. Many are injured and homeless, and you can help to give them food, clothing, shelter, medical care. You can do your part by giving through your local chapter of the American Red Cross. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Good Neighbor Policy.
Minter's quite nice eyes, as Adelaide Garrity had described them, were as cold and deadly as the automatic he rammed into my stomach. It was the first time I'd gotten a really close look at him. This one was too close for comfort. I had to keep looking at him, though. I knew that if I glanced away, blinked an eye, or made anything resembling a key move, he'd blast me to kingdom come. A little ahead of my time. He was dead wrong on one score, though.
You got my call from Marina last night. You know too much.
How can I know too much? I don't know anything. Now, look, Minter.
When I saw you last night, you didn't know my name. You've been asking questions around, huh? Yeah. Well, so have I. Come on, Gumshoe. We're going to take a little walk.
Now, look, kid, you're all wrong.
And after we take that little walk, we're going to take a little ride. You can tell me all about how wrong I am as long as you can talk. Let's get going.
Okay.
Remember, Marlowe, you're just going to walk down the hall and out of the building with me. No funny stuff. This gun staying right in your back.
I see what you mean.
And the dawn comes up like... Why, it's Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, Miss Garrity.
And Mr. Minter, I believe. Well, we're up early, aren't we?
Yes, we are. A little too early, if you ask me.
Oh, have you the hiccups, Mr. Marlowe? If you do, I know the best cure. Just put your hands up high over your head.
No, I don't have hiccups, Miss Garrity.
Oh, then perhaps it was Mr. Minter.
No, lady, I don't have hiccups either.
Well, someone hiccuped, and it wasn't me. Oh, but no matter. I just came out for my paper. I won't keep you gentlemen. I know you must be off somewhere. And it's such a lovely morning. I don't believe it's as warm today, do you?
Seems warmer to me somehow.
No, I don't believe it is. Do you, Mr. Minter?
Look, lady, we're in a hurry.
Well, I'm sure I'm not keeping you. I must say I was just trying to do the neighborly thing, that's all.
Yeah,
I was saying to Mrs. Evans just the other day, what happened to the old-fashioned good neighbor policy?
Look, lady.
And this little incident this morning is certainly answer enough for me. It's gone. That's what it is. Gone.
Get moving, Marlowe.
Miss Garrity, you're the one who plays that delightful xylophone.
Why,
Marlowe,
yes. Oh, you can see it from the doorway here.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm so glad you enjoy it, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, I do. I wanted to tell me, would you... Oh, I know it's a lot to ask.
Play something for you.
Yes.
Mr. Marlowe, come in.
You make one move for her door.
I'm going to kill her, too, Minty? She's right in front of me.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Or aren't you a music lover, Mr. Minter?
Yeah, sure I am. It's just that I'm...
Let me get your paper for you, Miss Garrity. Get inside your apartment, Miss Garrity, quick. Not this time you won't, Minter. Stay over along that wall, Miss Garrity. Don't get near the door.
Well, what on earth possessed you, Mr. Marlowe? Why, you struck him in the face with my paper.
Yeah, I did. Wait a minute. Shh. Can you see the street from your windows, Miss Garrity?
Yes, but...
Oh. Here's your paper. Sorry, it's wrinkled.
Oh, thanks very much. Well, I'm afraid I still don't understand your behavior, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, he'd beat it, all right. He'll get lost in that traffic in no time.
What will Mr. Minter think? You're striking him that way.
Well, I've got a mean streak. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that headline.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what's in it, if you remember. I haven't had
Will you
a
let me
chance
see
to
it a
read
minute,
the
please?
Where?
Oh, yeah. Man murdered in investment holdup. Ernest Toland, 38, employee at Henshaw Investment Company, was found shot to death when the company opened its doors this morning. Upwards of $50,000 in cash and securities were missing from the safe. Police believe Toland worked late last night and drove to the D15 to lose the company safe. Officials say police were attempting to locate Toland's widow, Mrs. Rena Toland, whom neighbors saw leaving the house with a suitcase. Wow! Ernie and Rena.
Friends of yours, Mr. Marlowe?
No, but Minter's right. I do know too much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe, but I don't feel up to playing for you right now.
What?
You know, this morning's gotten off to such a peculiar start. I'm just not in the mood for the xylophone.
Oh, I know how you feel. Don't give it another thought, Miss Garrity. Ever again. I called the landlady when I got back to my own apartment to see if she knew anything about Minter, like where he worked. She was good enough to be out of town. I even went back to Miss Garrity's, but she'd already hit the trail to share the morning's excitement with any of a dozen people, including probably that girl who played with the softball team. But old Mr. McWilliams, the janitor, was bringing up the morning mail. Morning, Mr. Mack.
Well, morning, Mr. Marlowe.
How's the mail situation?
12B has 2 packages again.
Again, huh?
Mhm.
How about me?
Well, sir, you don't even rate an advertisement this morning. How it is. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you can't win all the time, huh?
No, can't.
Tell me, how about Mr. Minter?
How's that?
Mr. Minter, you know, he's in apartment 3. He asked me to pick up his mail if there is any.
Sure. If you can carry it all. Just this postcard.
Oh, I can manage, yeah. Well, thank you.
It's from his mother in Tucson.
Really?
They're all well.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Nice to see you again, Mr. Mack.
Same here. Same here. Oh, say.
Yeah?
Is it hot enough for you?
It was. And Mr. Mack was right. Me and his family were all well, except for the return address in Tucson. There wasn't a lead on the whole postcard. But who puts leads on postcards? I took the card back to the apartment with me and called a questionable character I knew in Tucson and told him to find out all he could about Art Minter, quick. Then I remembered about Rena's car having an Arizona license and asked him to check her. Yeah, and Ernest told him, too. Called back in an hour.
Well, he's got no record, Marlowe. This
Yeah.
Minter guy asked me to check on. Oh, only get this.
What?
About a year ago, he gets divorced by his wife. You hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
And right away, she hops over to Mexico with this Tolan fella you asked about and marries him.
Rena did?
Wait a minute. I got it written down here, so. Yeah, Rena, that's her name.
Yeah.
Now, Tolan was with an investment outfit here in Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he transferred to L.A. a month ago.
Yeah, that checks. What about Minter? Find out if he works here, will you? If he does, that is.
Oh, yeah, Marlon, listen, this'll rock you.
What?
He works at the Hollywood Library.
Hollywood Library.
Honest, his old lady told me.
It rocked me, all right. The whole thing did. Ernest Tolan, now dead, had been set up as a pigeon a year ago back in Arizona. Only at some point yesterday, he got wise and decided to do the investment job alone. Trouble was, Rena didn't get to Art with the news in time. She got to me. Now even the law couldn't locate Rena. And the last time I saw Minter, he didn't act like a fellow who was heading for the Hollywood Library. Still, you never know. I started out into the hall, observed gratefully that Miss Garrity's xylophone was stilled, if only for the moment. But when I got about even with Minter's door, something happened very like a familiar song starting all over again. It was Minter's phone ringing. I listened at his door. But there was no move from inside to answer the ring. And something told me here was another lock that needed springing. Yeah?
Art, it's Rena. Where have you been?
Out for a while.
Are you all right? You don't sound it.
Yeah. I just went. Where are you?
I'm in a... You sound so funny. Is someone there?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, not the police, Art.
No, neighbor. You talk, huh?
Oh, because you can. All right, I will. I'm at the Bellflower in Ventura. If you call here, ask for Mrs. Guthrie. That's me.
Got it.
You got everything, didn't you? When you... Well, I mean, about Ernie. You're still going to split with me, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
I was afraid after I ran out. But you understand, don't you? You weren't home.
Skip it, huh?
All right. Art, you get off work at 4, don't you? Nothing's happened about that.
4, yeah.
Well, come up here as soon as you can after that. Well, just hurry, Art, please.
I will.
Bye.
Excuse me, but can you...
Please, not so loud.
You. Lost my head, I'm sorry. Can you tell me where I can find Mr. Minter, please?
Mr. Arthur Minter? Yeah. Oh, well, he's in the stacks on the mezzanine. That stair ahead.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. And walk as quietly as you can, please. People are reading.
Wouldn't disturb him for the world.
Well, no one's supposed to come up here. These are files. No one's allowed here.
I was looking for something in investments.
I said no. Marlowe.
Take it easy, Minter.
I got a message from Rena. Yeah? She says you killed Ernie. Look. Oh. Yeah, and I got a message for Rena, too. Ventura cops probably have her by now. My call Lieutenant Matthews did any good, and it always does. Sleep. I'll kill you, Marlowe. You're in a rut, aren't you, Minter? Come on. Where's the dough you took from Ernie and the securities? Are they in these permanent files, too? Is that why you had to show for work today?
Yeah, Gumshoe. But you never get them on me.
And throwing books is a good idea. Oh. Well, this boy's really out. Yeah. Not to be said for heavy reading.
I kept my foot on his neck till Miss Hush downstairs called Matthews. I needn't have. He didn't come too. And I waved the squad car off to headquarters from the library curb. Yeah, well, that's that. On the way back to my apartment, I got to thinking about a house with no neighbors, no xylophones, no crossed wires. No fun either. You know, all kinds of things go on in apartment houses. All kinds of people leading all kinds of lives. What's the line? Love thy neighbor as thyself? Yeah. But most people act like they hate themselves. Oh, well. There's got to be some legal way to kill xylophone players.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Hy Averback as Art Minter and Jane Morgan as Miss Garrity, with Vivi Janis as Anne, Dora Singleton as Rena, Parley Bear as old Mr. McWilliams, and Gene Bates as the chief telephone operator. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I did a cook's tour of the San Fernando Valley in search of a missing woman. The case had a lot of positive developments. But the clincher was a negative development. And in a camera shop.
There's fine musical listening on CBS Radio tomorrow. Don't miss Guy Lombardo Time, featuring Guy's distinctive music with vocals by visiting Janice Page. The program comes from Norfolk Naval Base, where Guy Lombardo Time entertains the Navy. Also on tap tomorrow night over most of these same CBS stations is CBS Radio's Mario Lanza Show, with Mario and musical company offering a special program of Jerome Kern favorites. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States defense bonds. There's no safer investment in the world. Defense bonds are guaranteed by your government. So for the defense of your future, for the defense of your country's future, buy your full share, regularly, systematically, of United States defense bonds. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the invisible insurrectionist.
Maria, the baby is crying again.
She does not sleep. And the doctor says it is sleep that she needs.
I know, Maria.
It is no good for her here in the city of New York. It is no good here for all of us, Juan. We should go back to Puerto Rico.
We will go back soon, Maria. Now, please try to make her stop. Please, my Maria.
See, I will try.
Salinas, my friend, come in.
Menard, I came as soon as I could. On the telephone, you sounded troubled. What is it?
Salinas, we have been cheated.
Cheated? I do not understand.
The man who promised to give us jobs in the mill in New Jersey.
You do not mean Mr. Franklin?
See, Mr. Franklin, the man to whom we all gave $50. The man who promised us jobs for that money. The man with whom we signed that contract. Salinas, he is a cheat, this Mr. Franklin.
Menard, how do you know this?
I have been there today in New Jersey.
You went to the mill?
Mill? There is no mill, my friend. It is all untrue.
No mill? No job? My $50 is gone?
Yours and mine and all our friends who have come here from Puerto Rico for work. We must go to the police, Salinas.
No.
But this man Franklin must be punished.
First, we will go to this man, Franklin. I know where his office is. We will get what is rightfully ours in our own way.
That's quite an interesting story Menard has just told us, huh, Louis?
Sure is, Mr. Franklin.
You have cheated us all. Me, Salinas, and the others who have come here from Puerto Rico. I want my money back, Mr. Franklin.
So you want your money back, Menard. And you, Salinas? You don't feel the same way about it, huh, Salinas?
See, he does. Tell him, Salinas.
No harm will come to Menard. You promised, Mr. Franklin.
Salinas.
You were smart to bring him here, Salinas.
I do not understand.
You promise you will not harm Menard. Mr. Franklin always keeps his word.
That's correct, Louis. I'll just see that Menard gets back to Puerto Rico. With what he knows now, it'd be unwise to allow him to remain here.
Salinas, you are this man's accomplice. You have helped him steal from me and your other friends.
It had to be done, Menard.
To take money from people who have so little.
No, it was not for the money. I am not a thief. It was for the good of our nation, Puerto Rico.
Our nation, Puerto Rico?
See, for its liberation. We must throw off the yoke of United States tyranny.
Then you are with the nationalists. They have made you betray your friends.
Oh, no, the cause. You do not understand, Menard.
I understand. You have been deceived by the real enemies of freedom. It is they who would impose tyranny upon us. Salinas, listen before it is too late.
Salinas understands that all sacrifices must be made for the good of the cause. Is that not correct, Salinas?
Yes.
That'll be all, Salinas. You may leave.
I cannot believe this, Salinas. All our lives we were such friends.
Louis, Menard is shot. Suppose you give him some shock treatment.
Sure, Mr. Franklin. What now, Mr. Franklin?
Well, take him down the back way and load him into the car.
Okay.
And Louis.
Yeah, Mr. Franklin?
Bring your gun with you. You'll need it.
Braden, this is Harry Peters, phoning from Counterspy Patrol Boat 41.
I just received word that Mr. Harding's been trying to contact me.
Yes, Mr. Harding left hurriedly for a conference at the State Department with Mr. Jordan of the Puerto Rican Affairs Division. He instructed that you meet him in his car outside the State Department building at 11. The conference will be over by then. Mr. Harding said it was an urgent matter.
Got it, Braden. I'll be there.
All right, Adams. First stop, my house.
What's this time, Chief?
Here, Peter. Read this bulletin. Came in early this morning from our New York field office.
How does this concern us?
Well, Juan Menard, the man who was found shot to death, is one of an undetermined number of Puerto Ricans who were taken in by a job placement racket.
Only the jobs didn't exist, is that it?
That's it. After my talk with the Puerto Rican Affairs Division, I'm convinced that the racket is more political than financial.
You mean in view of what's been happening in Puerto Rico?
Yes, Peter. We've come across all types of sabotage, espionage, enemy propaganda. This is probably the most subtle plan ever conceived of creating anti-United States feeling among Puerto Ricans.
Chief, you mean these people come here from Puerto Rico with the promise of work? They're defrauded, then they go back to Puerto Rico with stories of how they were taken over by some Yankee swindler.
Yes, that's right. And Juan Menard's murder could be the strongest propaganda point of all. You can understand now, it's not just another murder case. It has overtones of insurrection attached to it. We've got a big job ahead of us.
Anything specific to go on, Mr. Harding?
Only a vague description of two men connected with the job placement racket.
Okay, Chief, when do I pack?
Now, you've got just enough time to stick a toothbrush in your pocket. We're flying to New York within half an hour.
Yes? Can I do something for you?
We're looking for Mrs. Juan Menard. I'm David Harding of the Counterspy. This is Agent Harry Peters.
Oh, I'm Mrs. Gladys Milford. Won't you gentlemen come in?
Sure.
Mrs. Menard is out to have a drug prescription filled. It's for the youngest of the children, the baby. I take it you're here concerning her husband.
Yes, that's right. Are you a friend?
I suppose so, in a sense. I'm with the Welfare League. We give family counseling and aid in such neighborhoods as this.
Mm-hmm. You've known the Menards for long, Mrs. Milford?
Since they arrived here several months ago, I've arranged for the two older children to go to day nursery. At the moment, I'm looking after the infant in the next room.
I see. Well, is there anything you could tell us about Juan Menard?
I knew little about Mr. Menard. We met only once. This has been a terrible blow to his wife.
Yes.
We're doing everything for her we possibly can.
Did the baby cry, Mrs. Oh?
Maria, these men are from the Counterspies.
Counterspies?
They want to ask you questions about your husband.
About my Juan?
My name is Harding. This is Mr. Peters. We won't stay long, Mrs. Menard.
Just a few questions, and then we'll leave.
Why did they kill my Juan? He was a good man. He did not hurt anybody.
Well, Mrs. Menard, do you remember your husband ever mentioning the name of the man to whom he gave money for a job?
He did not tell me the name of this man. Oh, the baby, I must go to him.
I'll take care of him, Maria. Give me the medicine.
See?
Now, you do what you can to help Mr. Harding.
Oh, gracias, Mrs. Milford. Gracias.
Now, Mrs. Menard, who were the other men who gave money to this person?
Please, I do not want to talk about it. Juan is dead. You cannot bring him back.
No, Mrs. Menard. But we can bring his murderer to justice.
Justice? There is no justice in this place. We should have never come. My Juan would still be alive.
Mrs. Menard, your husband was sacrificed to an evil political cause.
I do not know about politics. I only know that we came here and my husband was killed. I only know that it is bad here, that the people here are bad, that we cannot...
Mrs. Menard, listen to me. That's exactly what certain people want all Puerto Ricans to believe. Now, if we don't find your husband's murderer, if you don't help us, there'll be other murders. More than that, there'll be possibly a great deal of bloodshed in your homeland. Now, you wouldn't want other wives, other families to suffer as you have, needlessly. Would you?
Would you, Mrs. Menard?
No. No, I would not want that.
Then who were the other men who gave money for jobs?
Well, when Pedro Salinas told them about it, they all gave.
Pedro Salinas?
See, Salinas and Juan have been friends for many years.
Where can we get in touch with Salinas?
I do not know where he lives. He was here with Juan the night that...
He left the house with Juan that night, Mrs. Menard?
See.
And you don't know where we can find Salinas?
Oh, the girl he has, Lola, maybe she knows.
You have her address?
Oh, no, but she works at a restaurant on 110th Street. It's called El Toro.
I see.
You will find the one who killed my Juan.
We're going to try, Mrs. Menard. And we'll start looking with Pedro Salinas' girlfriend, Lola.
So you're Counterspy. So what?
So we'd like to ask you a few questions, Lola.
Huh? About what?
Your friend Pedro Salinas.
Where is he?
I don't know where he is.
Or where does he live? That is, when you do know where he is.
He never told me.
Never told you, hmm? Funny kind of a boyfriend?
Yeah. Funny kind.
When did you see him last?
Last week.
Where?
What's the difference?
Now, don't make it rough, girlie. It's better answering questions here than in a jail cell.
My place. Okay.
Which is where?
106th Street, 785 East. One flight up, not twice.
You didn't see him after that? Or hear from him?
No phone calls, letters, postcards, anything?
Sure you haven't heard from him since Juan Bernard was found in that alley, shot to death.
Who's Juan Bernard?
As if you didn't know,
You two act like I'm a book of knowledge or something. Look, you got any more questions? I make my living here. The boss will get sore if he sees me wasting any more time.
No more questions, Lola. Just a word of advice.
Like what?
Stay here in town where we can get in touch with you.
I ain't going anyplace.
All right, come on, Peter.
Lola's a Lulu of a liar, Mr. Harding.
You're telling me.
Could have taken her in for questioning.
We may do better this way.
Which way?
When we get out to the patrol car, radio the field office to have a stakeout put on Lola's apartment. I think that may offer us the shortest distance between us and Pedro Salinas.
Hello.
Mrs. Franklin, this is Pedro Salinas.
Salinas, where have you been? Why haven't you called me since the other night?
I have been hiding. After what happened to Juan Bernard, I was afraid.
I'll explain that later. I want you to bring me the contract, the one you've been persuading your friends to sign. You still have it, don't you?
Yes.
All right, bring it to me. And not at the office here. I'll be at the warehouse near Mott Street. You know where. Get there as soon as you can. I'll be waiting for you. All right, Salinas. I'll take that contract now.
Mr. Franklin, you promised that no harm would come to Juan Bernard. He was my friend.
What has become of your feelings for the cause? That should be far above personal consideration, Salinas.
You promised me.
It couldn't be helped. He made things difficult for Lewis. Isn't that correct, Lewis?
That's right, Mr. Franklin.
You lied to me, both of you. You wanted one dead.
You're trying my patience, Salinas. Give me the paper with the signatures.
Do like Mr. Franklin says.
I do not have them. What? I did not bring them with me.
Where are they, Salinas?
I will not tell.
Lewis.
Okay. My arm.
I'll break it off. The paper, Salinas.
No. I will not tell. I will.
Come on.
Stop. Please, stop. I can't stand it.
The paper.
It's in the house of Juan Bernard.
He's out on his feet.
Now, Lewis, we'll visit Mrs. Menard. We'll leave Salinas here.
That way, Mr. Franklin?
No, Lewis, not that way. This way.
You are listening to the Case of the Invisible Insurrectionist, on Counterspy. Tonight there's another broadcast of NBC's Sunday evening extravaganza, The Big Show. Tallulah Bankhead will preside as usual, and tonight's stars are Bob Hope, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, Louis Armstrong, Rosalind Russell, Dorothy McGuire, Frankie Lane, and Meredith Wilson with his orchestra and chorus. And Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means another visit with the mischievous Harris family. Frankie, Julius, and all their friends on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. The chimes are your invitation every Sunday to The Big Show and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Now, back to Counterspy.
New York Counterspy Field Office, Harding speaking. Yes, I certainly do. Go ahead. Yes, I have that. Well, thank you very much. Yes, of course, I'll let you know what happens. Goodbye. Peters, order a car to be ready for us out front immediately.
What's up, Chief?
That was Lola. Salinas told her to call us in case of trouble.
Does she know where we can locate Salinas?
Yes, Peters, if we're not too late.
Maria, you must try to rest.
Oh, you are very kind, Mrs. Milford. There are some people here in the city of New York who are so good, like you, and some who are so bad.
Were you expecting anyone?
No, I didn't.
Now, you stay right where you are. I'll see who it is. Yes?
Back inside, lady, and not a peep out of you.
Who are you?
Close the door, Louis.
What is the
Shut
meaning?
your mouth, lady, and no one gets hurt.
Mrs. Milford, who are these men? What do they want?
I don't know, Maria.
It's all very simple, ladies. Juan Menard had in his possession a paper. I want that paper, Mrs. Menard.
I do not understand.
The work contract.
Contract? I do not know what you mean.
Well, perhaps you don't. Louis, commence searching.
Okay.
This is unlawful.
Isn't it?
You can't expect to get away with a thing like this.
But I intend to, madam. Really. Any luck, Louis?
No, not yet.
Be seated, ladies. Please. Thank you. I'll just wander around myself and help Louis. Yeah, there's not much of a view from this window, is there? Or is there? Come on, Louis.
Come on. What about the paper?
The car just pulled up downstairs. Two men got out and entered this building, and they certainly don't look like tenants.
Maybe cops.
We'll take no chance in finding out. Let's go. I warn you, ladies, stay right where you are.
Come on. Let's get going.
They're coming up to this floor.
We're trapped.
No, we can get up to the roof. Come on.
Stop, you two! Stop or we fire! Coppers, Mr. Franklin. Now, this'll slow them up. My arm.
Keep going, Louis. Almost there. Keep going, Louis. We'll make it. We'll make it.
Well, they made it, Mr. Harding. They got away over the roof.
Well, their luck won't hold out, Peters. We'll get them.
Plenty of bloodstains on the stairs leading to the roof. One of them is hurt. He'll have to get to a doctor sometime. Everything all right here in the Menard apartment?
No damage. Just woke up the baby. Mrs. Milford's inside helping Mrs. Menard.
Did your men catch them, Mr. Harding?
No, Mrs. Milford.
This has been terribly upsetting for Maria.
Yes, that poor woman's had plenty of trouble.
They said they wanted a paper, a contract of some kind.
Yes, we knew that from Pedro Salinas.
You found Salinas?
Just a few moments before he died in a warehouse. He was shot by a man named Franklin. There was also another man called Lewis.
Salinas told us to get here fast.
Well, did those two find the paper?
I don't think so.
Good. All right, Peters, you get started on that other matter while I take up where those two left off.
Peters in car C1 to Harding, New York Counterspy Field Office. Peters to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Peters.
Chief, I checked on Franklin at the address Salinas gave us.
And?
It was an office, but right now it's just an empty space. Whoever was there pulled out like a fast freight.
Did you get any leads from anybody in the building?
It was strictly a dead end, Chief. No one knows the man called Franklin or his helper, Lewis.
All right, Peter. You may as well come back here to the field office.
You had no luck either,
I fared much better.
You mean you found that contract in the Menard apartment?
Yes. I sent the paper down to the lab for analysis. By the time you get back here, we should have a report on it.
get out of here, Mr. Franklin.
Easy, Lewis. We'd be picked up in a minute if we left here.
I gotta get to a doctor. My whole arm now is burning like it was on fire.
You mustn't complain. We were lucky to find this empty barge to hide in.
I can't stand it. Honest.
You'll survive, I'm sure.
Yeah. You can talk. You ain't got a slug in you. I don't want to die. If I stay here, I'll die.
Believe me, I sympathize with you, but you have the counterspies to thank for your pain, not me.
I'm getting to a doctor.
Wait a minute.
Let go.
Are you crazy? You'll be caught.
I'm giving up. I'll wind up in one piece that way.
Get back down.
Oh, my arm.
You're not giving up. I'm not letting you.
That gun ain't going to help you, Franklin. You fire one shot, and coppers will be swarming all over this barge.
I'm not going to use it for firing, Lewis. I'm going to use the butt end for another purpose. There.
Here's the lab report on that paper, Mr. Harding. I was on the way in when Parker handed it to me.
Did you look it over, Peters?
Quickly. It's an expensive type bomb.
Yeah.
And here's a list of retailers in the city who handle it.
That's quite a long list.
Mm-hmm. Should I assign squads to start investigation?
Yes, right away.
Okay, we'll do.
And Peters... Oh, wait, just a minute.
Agent Braden to Harding. Braden to Harding.
Come in, Braden.
The body of a man who'd been shot in the right arm was found a few minutes ago by one of our harbor patrols.
Hey, go ahead, Braden.
It was found in an empty barge. Report indicates death was due to severe blows at the base of the head. Identification in clothing shows him to be Louis Troy.
All right, Braden. Thank you.
The man called Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chief, that leaves one to go. Franklin.
Yes. Well, I'll get to work on that list of paper dealers. We'll see where that leads us.
Hello. This is Franklin. I have to see you tonight. Please. I'll need money. I'd better leave the country. All right, then. The swamp over in New Jersey. All right. I'll be there at 10 tonight. So late. I thought you weren't coming.
I was unavoidably detained, Franklin.
You brought the money from me, Mrs. Milford?
I brought exactly what you need. Franklin, you fumbled badly.
You ordered me to get rid of Juan Menard. That was your idea.
It wasn't my idea that his body should be found.
That was Louis' fault.
It was your fault for choosing such an inefficient lieutenant. Was it Lewis's fault that you permitted that contract to get out of your hands so that you had to come to the Menard apartment while I was there?
How did I know you were there? I had to act quickly.
So quickly you were almost caught by Harding. Franklin, your stupidity has put the entire cause in jeopardy. I and the others worked for months, years, to gain a solid foothold in Puerto Rico, where we could threaten the snug bourgeois safety of the United States.
But I tell you...
Be quiet. It took me years to place myself in a position in New York where I could help with the eventual overthrow of the capitalistic enemy. And you almost spoiled everything.
You haven't been exposed, Mrs. Milford. You can still operate safely.
Through no help of yours. You put our schedule for the coup in Puerto Rico at least 6 months behind.
We've waited so long, we can wait that much longer.
Perhaps we can, Franklin. But you can't.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
You can no longer be trusted.
Now, wait.
I have been put in charge of this phase of our work. And it is my opinion that for the good of the cause, you should be liquidated. Don't move.
But...
As they say, Franklin, he who lives by the sword shall die by the sword. Or in this case, the gun.
You wouldn't dare.
As a matter of fact, Franklin, this is the only course I dare take now.
Oh, wait, please.
This meeting place you chose makes it very convenient for me.
And for me, too, Mrs. Milford.
Harding.
Drop that gun.
Stand where you are, Franklin.
I'm not moving.
How did you get here?
Simple. We followed you, Mrs. Milford.
Followed me?
Through that contract paper. We thought the tracing of that type paper would lead us to Franklin, but it led us straight to your phony charity front. And on the way out in the car, my agents radioed me that they found some very interesting case histories in your files. with names and addresses of people here and in Puerto Rico involved in this plot.
Had a nice setup, didn't you, Mrs. Milford? Passing yourself off as a welfare worker in a Puerto Rican district in New York.
You were a welfare worker, all right. The welfare of the enemies of this country in Puerto Rico. Take them away, Peters. It gives me great pleasure to introduce a statement to Counterspy from the man who probably knows as much as anyone in the United States about the Puerto Rican people and their welfare problems here. The Honorable Raymond M. Hilliard, Commissioner of Welfare, City of New York. Here is Commissioner Hilliard's statement.
Today's Counterspy story has its basis in actual fact. I can well believe that many Puerto Ricans living here have been the victims of cruel and crooked exploitation. And I am convinced that communist saboteurs have deliberately stirred up trouble and have tried to wreck the unity of the citizens of this city and of the nation. I know that there was a time when communists had achieved a strong hold among those engaged in welfare work in this city. But it has been my task during the past 2.5 years to break their power, to throw out the communists, and to return welfare work to its proper place as an instrument of lawful government. We have found the Puerto Rican residents of New York City a decent and friendly people who hold that this government is their government. We are proud of them, and we know that they will not be deceived by those who would try to destroy us.
Thank you, Commissioner Hilliard.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Pretty Plant.
A gracious guest brings her hospitable hostess a most unusual gift, and your counterspies are started on their way to the breaking up of an international spy ring. How a drugstore led to the disaster when treason had the fragrance of hyacinth will be revealed for the first time next week in
Case of the Pretty Plant on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program, originated in New York, was directed by Mark B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Manda L. Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Want to know who's on the big show tonight? Bob Hope, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, Rosalind Russell, Frankie Lane, Dorothy McGuire, Louis Armstrong, Meredith Wilson, and the glamorous and predictable Tallulah. No wonder it's the big show. And Sunday evening also means another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the Air. Tonight, it's Boomerang starring Kirk Douglas. Join Tallulah and her wonderful guests on the big show, later on NBC.
New wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite, invites you to stand by for Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's Nick Carter adventure starring Lon Clark, The Case of the Vanishing Weapon.
I, Dorothy, take thee, Wayne, to my lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and cherish. Wayne, darling, please, let's move back from the edge. High places always frighten me, and Wayne, no! Don't, Wayne! No! I, Emily, take thee, Wayne, to my lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and... Don't keep swimming away from me, Wayne. Help me. You know I can't swim. Please.
Now, Nick Carter and the Case of the Vanishing Weapon, brought to you by new wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 4:20 in the afternoon of an extremely warm day. Driving back to the city, Nick and Patsy meet a car rushing toward them at top speed on the left side of the road.
Get over, you idiot!
Nick, it's a woman. She's going to hit us. Oh, Nick, she ran right into us.
Couldn't get out of her way because of that fence. But at least we avoided a head-on collision. She only struck the back end of the car.
I wonder if she's hurt.
Come on, let's see.
Yeah. Oh, Nick, she caromed off your car right smack into that tree.
She must have been ill. I saw her just before we crashed. Slumped over the wheel.
There she is. Oh, Nick, she was thrown through the windshield.
Yeah. She's in pretty bad shape. Seems to be conscious, though.
I can't die.
Can you hear me?
I can't.
You're not going to die. You're going to be all right.
He'll marry again. He'll kill his next wife, too.
What did you say?
For the insurance. I know. I found out too late. I can't die. If I do, he'll do it again. He'll marry again.
Oh, please, don't think about it now.
She's dead.
Oh. Nick, she wasn't delirious. She knew what she was saying. Do you think her husband really killed her?
I don't know, Patsy. But I'm going to make it my business to find out.
In just a moment, we'll return to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Yours, a thrilling new cleaning discovery. Yes, to give you faster, easier cleaning than any other cleanser, we've activated Seismotite in Old Dutch Cleanser. When there's a sink to clean, a touch of Old Dutch Cleanser works dazzling magic. Just see new sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser go to work. It dissolves grease on contact. Quickly, easily, its sudsing action sweeps away dirt and stains. Snowy white Old Dutch Cleanser cleans fast, safe, sure. Leaves no gritty sediment. Rinses away completely. Doesn't clog drains. Get 2 cans of Old Dutch Cleanser. 1 for the kitchen, 1 for the bathroom. Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated Seismotite. Now, back to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new, wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. It is a short time later. Nick and Patsy are talking with the chief of police of Elm City, the town the dead woman lived in.
Well, that's the story, Chief. I've given you her exact words.
Oh, I've known Kay Bolton since she was a little girl.
Well, do you know her husband, too?
Sure. He came here from out west someplace, I understand.
They've been married long?
Well, about a year, I guess.
I see.
Kay was a widow with a good farm, a little money in the bank. I guess Bolton knowed a good thing when he seen it, and he just swept her right off her feet.
What did her family think about it?
She don't have no family except a brother, and he was away at the time. You see, he builds bridges.
I see. Hey, Chief, did you notice that the windows in Mrs. Bolton's car were all shut up tight? A day like this, it must have been sweltering in there.
Yeah, it would be. Well, Kay had hay fever kind of bad. I heard her say many times she'd rather roast than sneeze her head off from the pollen in the air.
Yes, but that's no reason to have the heater on.
The heater?
Yeah. When I examined the wreck, I noticed that the heater was on full blast.
Nick, you said she was slumped over the wheel as though she were unconscious just before the collision.
Yeah?
Maybe she passed out from the heat.
Well, now, that don't make sense, Miss Bowen. If it was that bad, seems like even Kay would stop and cool off. Hay fever, no.
I'd think she would. But suppose she were unconscious from carbon monoxide fumes or something.
Huh? You mean Bolton might have done something to the exhaust pipe so them fumes go inside?
Maybe.
But she wasn't unconscious when you got to her.
No. But the shock of the wreck could have snapped her out of it.
Well...
Look, Chief, suppose we don't say anything about our suspicions until after we talk to her husband.
Yeah. Here, and let him think he's put it over on us, huh? And I'll have the autopsy performed as soon as we get back to town.
Yeah, but you'll need the husband's permission, won't you? And he'll never give it if he's guilty.
You've got something there, Miss Bowen.
Well, nevertheless, let's try it anyway. Maybe we can learn something from his reaction when we suggest that autopsy.
An autopsy, nothing doing. Kay suffered enough already.
Just a minute, Bolton. Kay was my sister as well as your wife. And if the chief thinks an autopsy would serve any useful purpose, I'm in favor of it.
But what useful purpose?
An autopsy would show whether there was anything in her system that would make her unconscious.
What difference does it make? She's dead. Autopsy won't bring her back.
Did she have any insurance, Mr. Bolton?
Yes, we had a joint policy for $20,000 payable to the survivor.
And this farm, who gets that?
Well, I don't know. We never discussed it.
Well, you get it, Bolton.
Huh?
Kay wrote me she'd made a new will after she married you, leaving you everything.
I didn't know. Well, there won't be any autopsy, and that's final.
As Kay's brother, I have something to say about that, and if there's any suspicion that her death wasn't accidental...
You have any reason to think that, Mr. McEwen?
Well, why else would you want an autopsy? And why would you want to know who benefits by her death? If there's any doubt, I want it cleared up. And you should too, Bolton.
Well, I do, Mac, of course,
Well,
but...
then just sign this paper giving your consent.
Well, very well. Give it here.
There you are.
Mr. Bolton, I don't like to butt in, but I can't find the housekeeper.
Well, she went to her room, Sam. She's all upset.
Oh. Well, Mr. Mack, that 5 gallons of ice cream Mr. Bolton got for the party tomorrow, she didn't put in the deep freeze, and it's all melted. I was wondering...
Throw it out. Do anything you want with it. Only get out of here and go back to your work.
Oh, yes, sir.
Who's that, Chief?
That's Sam Webb, the hired hand.
What you doing here, Chief? Ain't nothing wrong, is there?
Yes, Sam, it's Mrs. Bolton. She's dead.
No. Wrecked the car, did she?
What makes you think that?
Huh? Why, just the first thing that popped into my head, I guess. Besides, I thought she wasn't in no condition to drive when she come out to the barn and drove off.
What? You mean she was ill?
Oh, no, ma'am. She was mad. Blazing mad, if you ask me. Folks can't keep their mind on their driving when they're like that.
What were you doing in the barn? I thought I told you to mend that fence at the bottom of the west pasture.
Well, I finished up early, Mr. Bolton. So I thought I'd clean out the stalls and do some repairing. I was there when you come in.
Sam, did Mrs. Bolton tell you what she was angry about?
No, sir, but she was good and mad.
Oh, it wasn't anything, Mr. Carter. Bolton was late getting back with the car, and Kay had an appointment in Elm City. She was mad because she was going to be late.
I couldn't help being late. I was delayed.
Was there a quarrel, Mr. Bolton?
Of course not. Kay was always flying off the handle, but it didn't mean anything. I sent Mac out to the car for the rest of the supplies I'd brought back while I tried to talk her out of it, but I couldn't.
I see. Well, thanks for giving your consent to the autopsy, Mr. Bolton. May I answer some very important questions?
Oh, good morning. Hello, Carter. Miss Bowen.
Hello.
Oh, gosh, what a night. I was down at the blame garage till 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, did the mechanic find anything suspicious?
Well, the car was smashed up pretty bad, but he swears the wreck didn't affect nothing that could have caused the accident.
Did he check the steering gear, the brakes?
Yeah, and the muffler, too. Nothing had been tampered with.
And the autopsy showed absolutely no trace of carbon monoxide in her lungs or blood. No other poisonous gas, for that matter.
And she wasn't drugged either.
I guess we was wrong about Bolton doing it. Maybe she did fall asleep at the wheel.
No, I doubt that, Chief. Anyone who was as upset and angry as Sam said Mrs. Bolton was just wouldn't doze off.
Are you still trying to make out it was more than an accident, are you?
Oh, we're sure it was.
Well, now, if Bolton caused that wreck without tampering with the car and without drugging her in any way, he's committed a perfect crime. A murder without a single clue.
I wouldn't say that, Chief. Every unexplained fact is a clue. And there are several in this case.
Such as what?
Well, why was Sam so sure she'd been killed in an auto wreck? Why should her dying words have been about murder for insurance? And why was she driving with the heater turned on?
Okay, if you're looking for unexplained facts, what about the ice cream?
Well, what about it?
Well, now, Bolton brought that back from town at 4 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And when we was there at 7:30, it was all melted, according to Sam.
Oh, well, that's only natural. The housekeeper forgot to put it in a deep freeze.
Miss Bowen, we get them 5-gallon containers of ice cream for picnics and such. We get 'em early in the morning. And they're still as hard as a rock when we eat supper.
By George, that's it.
Huh?
Huh? Well, what's what?
That's what killed Mrs. Bolton. The weapon that vanished into thin air.
Vanished?
Literally and completely, without leaving a trace.
What? Then there's no way of proving it, is there?
Not unless we can get a confession. And anybody smart enough to think of a scheme like that won't be easily bluffed.
Now, look, Carter, where would you get a weapon that would vanish that way?
At your local creamery, just as Bolton did.
Oh, Nick, you're not saying that Mrs. Bolton was murdered with 5 gallons of ice cream?
No. If it wasn't for that ice cream, she'd be alive right now.
Oh, Nick.
Come on, let's drive out to the farm. Now I've got something to work on.
Why, no, Carter. I carried that container of ice cream into the house from the car without opening it.
But Bolton...
Yes, McEwen, were you going to say something?
Well, Only that when I went through the kitchen to get the other things out of the car, I noticed that the seal on the container was broken.
Well, I didn't break it. Perhaps the housekeeper...
No, Mr. Bolton. I asked her. She was upstairs at the time.
Well, what's the ice cream got to do with it anyway, Mr. Carter?
Plenty, McEwen. Those 5-gallon containers are in 2 sections. One for the ice cream itself, and one that holds dry ice to keep it from melting.
Well, so what?
Did you ever notice how drowsy you get in the crowded room where the air's stale?
Well, sure. That's because the oxygen in the air has been used up.
And replaced with carbon dioxide, which people have exhaled. That's what happens when we breathe.
Well, come to the point, Carter.
All right, I will. When I examined your car just after the wreck, Mr. Bolton, I found a few small pieces of dry ice in the heater. Dry ice is nothing but carbon dioxide in a solid form. In the heater of your wife's car, it melted, fast, and flooded the car with carbon dioxide.
And with all the windows closed, it must have been 10 times as bad as the most crowded, stuffy room you ever saw.
And that's why she went to sleep at the wheel.
That's fantastic. You think somebody took the dry ice out of that ice cream container and put it in the heater of the car
to make her wreck the car and kill herself? Yeah, Mr. Bolton, that's exactly what we think.
Then it must have been Mac.
Why, that's a lie.
You went through the kitchen when I left the ice cream and then went out to the car for the rest of the things. You must have opened the package and...
Are you accusing me of murdering my own sister?
It had to be you. Nobody else could have done it.
No? Well, who got her to take out that insurance policy?
Huh?
Who inherits this farm and everything else she owns?
That doesn't mean...
I don't get anything out of her death, and I don't want to. But you get
now,
plenty.
Calm down, Mac. Calm down.
She was all I had. And he killed her. He killed her.
I did not. You did it yourself. And now you're trying
all right,
to...
All right, hold it. Hold it. I know how we can find out who put that dry ice in the heater.
How?
Ask Sam, your hired man.
Sam?
What would he know about it?
He was in the barn from the time you drove in with the ice cream, Mr. Bolton, until your wife left about 10 minutes later. Dry ice melts fast, very fast. To be effective, it'd have to be put in sometime during that 10 minutes.
Sure. You're right, Mr. Carter. Sam must have seen him putting that stuff in the heater. That's why he figured Kay was killed in a wreck.
Yeah, maybe he didn't think nothing of it at the time, but afterwards he realized what he saw. And then maybe he figured he could get paid for not talking.
Well, he'll talk now. He'll talk or I'll break him in two.
All right, no, McEwen. You and Bolton will stay here with the chief. Patsy and I'll go talk with Sam. And after we do, Chief, I think you'll have a new boarder at the county jail.
Nick, you didn't really find any dry ice in the heater of that car, did you?
Why, of course not, Patsy. I told you I'd have to bluff.
Yeah, but if Sam did see something, it won't be a bluff any longer.
Oh, yes, it will. He may have seen something, but he couldn't tell what was actually going on inside the car from back in the stalls where he was working.
No, I guess not.
Or maybe we can use Sam's testimony to frighten the killer into giving himself away. Oh, here, this must be Sam's shack.
Uh-huh. He must be here. We know he's nowhere else on the farm.
Yeah. Let's see if the door's locked. No, it isn't. Go on in.
Right. Oh, Nick, look. They're on the floor.
Oh, that's Sam.
Nick, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. Shot through the head. Probably sometime last night. Look around the floor. See if you can find an empty cartridge.
Right.
If he was killed with an automatic, there's a chance the empty shell's on the floor somewhere.
Well, if it is, I'll find it.
Here. Here's something.
What is it?
Somebody knelt down beside the body. There's a perfect knee print and a smear of blood. You can even see the weave of the material the trousers were made of. Some sort of coarse tweed.
Nick, I found it.
The cartridge shell?
Yes, it was under the table. Here.
Huh. Now we can really get down to business.
Yes, this time we've got a weapon that can't vanish into thin air.
An empty cartridge case, the first bit of concrete evidence the wife killer has left in a series of 5 murders. But Nick still faces the problem of proving his guilt. We'll see what happens in just a moment. An important announcement. Coming next week on Nick Carter, Old Dutch Cleanser's big new contest. Listen so you can get an early start in this easy, fascinating contest that pays off with loads of valuable prizes. And remember, we've activated Seismotite in Old Dutch Cleanser. Its amazing sudsing action sweeps away dirt and stains, cuts grease on contact, cleans fast, safe, sure, leaves no gritty sediment, rinses away completely, saves you time and work, helps you keep your house at its shining best. New sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser is at your grocer's now in the same familiar package. Get 2 cans tomorrow. 1 for the kitchen, 1 for the bathroom. Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite. Now, back to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At the farmhouse, Nick and the chief are trying to find the automatic with which Sam Webb, the Bolton's hired hand, was killed. Mac has admitted owning such a gun, and they've gone to his room to get it.
There you are, Mr. Carter. But I swear I haven't touched that gun since I came back 2 weeks ago.
Did Bolton know where you kept it, Mac?
Well, I don't know, Chief, but it wouldn't have been hard to find.
I didn't even know he had a gun.
Well, this is a 38. Sam was killed with a 32.
A 32? Then Bolton must have used Kay's gun.
What are you talking about? Kay didn't own a gun.
Why, you're a liar. She had a 32 automatic for years, kept at her bedside table, and you know it.
That's not true. You can come and look for yourself, Chief. Our room is right across the hall. But you won't find any gun there.
No, don't expect to, not now.
Oh, here's your gun, McEwen.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Carter. But Kay did have a gun. Charlie must have seen it hundreds of times.
Don't worry. We'll get at the truth.
There, look for yourself. Do you see a gun in that drawer? Kay wouldn't have a gun in the house.
All right, let's forget about that for a minute. Who owns the tweed suit?
A tweed suit, Mr. Carter? Why?
We found evidence proving that Sam's killer was wearing a suit of coarse tweed at the time of the murder. You have one?
Why, no.
Neither do I.
Well, you shouldn't have said that, Bolton. I've seen you wearing a tweed suit 100 times.
Well, I did have a tweed suit, but Kay gave it away last week. It was worn out.
Who'd she give it to?
I don't know. She didn't say.
Why, Bolton, I saw that suit hanging in your closet only yesterday. I'll bet it's there right now. Well, it's gone.
Naturally.
Of course it is. Any fool would know enough to get rid of a piece of evidence like that.
I tell you, I haven't had it for over a week.
Wait a minute. You went down in the cellar carrying a bundle this morning, Bolton.
That was the garbage.
Mrs. Lawrence always puts the garbage in a paper bag. The bundle you had was wrapped in newspaper.
It was not. It was a paper bag.
And then I heard the furnace door.
I always burn the garbage in the furnace. You know that.
Bolton, suppose we take a look in that furnace and see what else you was burning.
Here's another scrap of tweed that didn't burn.
That's part of your suit, ain't it, Bolton?
Yes, but I didn't put it there. Mac did it. He's framing me.
Oh, sure.
He is, I tell you. Everything you found could have been done by him, couldn't it? He could have put that dry ice in the car heater as well as me. He could have shot Sam and put that suit in the furnace.
And wore the suit to kill Sam, too, I guess. Why, you blame fool. Anybody can see that Mac couldn't get into your clothes with shoehorn. He's twice as big as you are.
And I never owned a tweed suit in my life.
Anyway, the knee print by Sam's body had exactly the same weave as this tweed that was burned in the furnace.
Now, wait a minute.
Did you find something else, Nick?
I'll say I did, down among the ashes. Look.
That's it. That's Kay's gun.
I never saw that gun before in all my life.
Any fingerprints on it, Carter?
Afraid not, Chief. The whole outside is burned clean.
Yes, but a ballistics test will show if it's the gun that Sam was killed with. Won't it, Nick?
Without a doubt.
Even if it's the same gun, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, here's something that does, Bolton. A perfect set of fingerprints.
Prints? Well, I thought you said the gun was burned clean.
The outside was, yes. But there's a fine set here on the cartridge clip. I thought they might have been overlooked.
That's smart thinking, Carter.
Well, how come the cartridges didn't explode in the fire, Nick?
And the clip's empty, Patsy.
Oh.
But the prints are nice and clear.
They're not my prints. I never saw that gun.
Yeah? Well, now, I'll just take that clip over to the county seat and let the fingerprint man there have a look at him.
Oh, if you don't mind, Chief, I'd rather take this to the fingerprint lab in the city.
Huh? What's the matter with Joe Parker over the county seat?
Well, he may be perfectly all right, but... Well, look, let me have my own way, will you, please? I'll stay at the hotel in Elm City tonight, drive into the city tomorrow, and have a report you can depend on before tomorrow evening.
Well, okay, keep the blame clip. And you, Bolton, come on. I'm locking you up where you can't get out to commit no more murders.
Who's there? Who's in the room? Who is it?
Don't move, Mr. Carter. You're a fine target under that bed lamp.
McEwen. What are you doing here?
I came to get something that belongs to me. That clip with the fingerprints on it.
What? And those are your prints. Bolton was telling the truth. You killed Sam.
Sure I did. I couldn't let him tell about seeing me put that dry ice in the heater of Kay's car, could I? And he said he had been in the barn at the time. I had to get rid of him.
And all the evidence against Bolton. You planted it yourself.
Why not? Somebody had to be the patsy. And I could see you suspected him already. Nobody knew I had that .32. So I said it belonged to Kay. And who can prove that it didn't?
And you planted it in the furnace for us to find, together with a tweed suit.
Sure. That suit was the smartest part of the whole frame-up. Kay gave it to Sam. It was hanging right there in front of me when I shot him.
But you couldn't have worn it. It was too small for you.
No. But I could wrap it around my knee and then make a print in that blood stain, couldn't I? Didn't tell you I saw Bolton trying to burn it.
You thought of everything, didn't you?
Everything but that cartridge clip with my fingerprints on it. Where is it, Carter? Or do I put a bullet in your head?
All right, you win. It's in the left-hand top dresser drawer, wrapped in a handkerchief.
Yeah? Thanks for making it easy. First, we'll wipe these prints out. And then, Mr. Carter, I'm afraid I'll have to get rid of you.
And now, hold on, McEwen. You've destroyed the proof against you when I let her go at that.
I can't let you talk about this little visit.
Look, McEwen, don't...
Shut up. I said I was going to get rid of you, and I am. So...
As Mac points his gun at Nick's head and pulls the trigger, he stands only a few feet away, too close to miss. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Here's a wash day tip. Keep your washer sparkling clean inside and out with wonderful new Sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser. Yes, a touch of Old Dutch Cleanser cuts grease on contact, sweeps away dirt and stains almost like magic. You'll be amazed at the new sudsing action of Old Dutch Cleanser. Snowy white, leaves no gritty sediment, rinses away completely. It's been granted the Good Housekeeping seal. Yes, ladies, for faster, easier cleaning than you've dreamed possible, switch to new sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite. And next week, Old Dutch Cleanser's wonderful new contest starts. Easy to enter, easy to win. It's loads of fun with loads of valuable prizes. Hear all about this sensational new contest and how you may win next week on Nick Carter. Now for the conclusion of The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. In Nick's hotel room, he faces a killer with a gun who says,
I said I was going to get rid of you, and I am. So... Oh! You had a gun all the time, under the bedclothes.
Sorry, Mac. I tried to warn you.
Nick, you all right?
I'm okay, Patsy. But our friend here has a bullet in his arm. Come on in.
If you're all down a shorthand, Nick, the microphone picks up every word he said.
This was a trap?
You bet it was. See, I expected you to come for that cartridge clip.
If my gun hadn't jammed...
It didn't jam. I took all the bullets out of it when I examined it out at the farmhouse today. But I couldn't be sure you hadn't discovered that and reloaded it, so I had to shoot first.
What's the matter there? Who fired that gun? What's going on?
Everything's under control. Call the chief of police, will you?
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll get him here in 2 shakes. Where's your proof, Carter? My fingerprints aren't on the cartridge clip anymore.
Your confession before 2 witnesses is proof enough, McEwen. And as for those fingerprints, I was bluffing you.
Why, you...
So far as I know, there weren't any prints on that clip.
Nick, how did you know Wayne McEwen killed his sister and Sam Webb?
Well, I was pretty sure of it from the moment we found out how McEwen's sister was killed.
Done that?
Mm-hmm. Furthermore, every bit of evidence we had against Bolton came directly from McEwen.
Chief, did you find out why he killed his sister?
Yeah, he told us all about it at the jailhouse. Seems his bridge-building business ain't been so good these last few years, so McEwen drummed up a sideline of getting married and then killing off his wives for their insurance.
Oh, then he was the one Mrs. Bolton was talking about just before she died.
Right, Patsy.
Yeah, but how'd she ever find out about this?
McEwen says she was cleaning up his room the day before she was killed, and she came across some of his private papers that he'd forgotten to put away.
Uh-huh.
She didn't know he'd been married at all, so when she found a marriage certificate, she got curious.
Oh.
And what she found in the rest of the stuff gave her a pretty good idea of what'd been going on.
Then that night she accused him of killing the 2 girls, and he admitted it. When he asked her what she was going to do about it, she said she hadn't made up her mind.
Well, if I'd been in her place, I'd have turned him over to the police.
Oh, she wanted to, Miss Bowen, but he was her only brother, and she couldn't quite make up her mind to do it.
But Mac didn't dare to take any chances, so he killed her.
Yeah, he was pretty clever about it, too. He almost got away with it.
Yeah, but when he killed Sam, he outsmarted himself.
Well, you know the old saying, Nick. Give a killer enough rope and he'll hang himself.
So he will, Patsy. So he will. Every time.
Well, Nick, that's the last of them.
Okay, Patsy, that's all for now. You better go home and change. Remember, we're meeting Bill and his wife at 7:30 for dinner.
Well, how about after dinner? I want to know how to dress.
Well, Bill said something about taking in an amusement park and ending up with a boat ride on the river in the moonlight.
Oh, hold on. Take it easy, Carter.
Hey, for heaven's sake, Patsy.
Amusement park, boat rides, redheads, penicillin.
Okay, I get it.
I don't want to end up at the bottom of the river just because the ticket seller was a beautiful redhead who posed as a
Hey,
model.
hold on, Patsy. Let's tell about that adventure next week. We'll call it The Case of the Purloined Penicillin.
Ladies, have you discovered Delrich margarine? Delicious, rich Delrich makes friends at first taste. Full-flavored, it's the perfect spread for bread, rolls, toast. Try Delrich in your cooking and baking, too. Mighty good, mighty economical. Only Delrich gives you the original easy color pack, the easy, modern way to color margarine. And, where state laws permit, ask for Delrich in gold and yellow quarters. Delrich, America's new favorite. Del for delicious, rich for rich, full flavor. Get Delrich margarine tomorrow, for Delrich makes friends at first taste. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this same time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, and Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons, with original music played by Henry Silbern. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new, wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon, Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, it's a funny thing, a night off. When they give you a whole night not to care whether the presses turn or not, you're like an old horse that's saddle broke. You don't know any direction but the way back to the barn. A great yawning city, the greenest pasture in the world, and I didn't know where to start. What did people do when they weren't working? It was habit, I guess. It took me to Rush Street with its little nightclubs and cabarets. People always seemed to have fun on Rush Street. And besides, you could feel comfortable sitting alone at a bar in the hazy gloom.
Randy, it's good to see you. What'll it be?
Well, I'll leave it up to you, Gus. Make it something festive.
Well, what's up? You win the Pulitzer Prize?
Oh, no, it's my night off.
Oh, night off, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing out alone? You ought to get yourself a date. A night off is no good without a girl.
Well, do you know how many girls sit by the telephone waiting for a guy that's half owl and half newspaper man to call? The statistics would startle you.
Well, just the same, it seems to me you ought to have some special girl, a nice fella like you.
Why, Gus.
No, I mean it. Now look at me. I'm no great shakes. I've been tending bar all my life. And that ain't no occupational congenial connubial bliss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But come September, I've been married 10 years.
Oh, that's good. That's great. I envy you.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. That's my point. I'm just an ordinary guy, see, and I got a girl. Now, it seems to me that a guy like you in an exciting job that takes him around where he meets a lot of dolls, you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do, and I wish I didn't.
Now, in my business, I meet all kinds. Good Joes, bums, class. You get so you can tell who fits with who.
Yeah, well, that figures.
Well, that's exactly what I said to myself when you walk in. Randy and her. It figures. The same type. Intelligent, mature. And she's good looking.
Look, Gus, it's a little early in the evening to get befuddled, and I'm afraid I don't follow you. Who's good looking?
Why, that girl down there at the end of the bar, sitting all by herself.
Oh, that brunette in the white dress?
Yeah. What do you think? You like to take her out tonight?
Well, I could get used to the idea. You know her?
Well, no, I don't know, but I...
well, then why bring it up?
Oh, now, Randy, don't get sore. I was only thinking of you.
Well, then mix me a drink. That's all I came in for.
Oh, okay, Randy, you bet. But a drink ain't the answer, no, sir. Can't nothing make a man feel high like when a woman looks at him. In a special way. You know what I mean?
It was a pleasing thought and a disturbing one. As Gus worked his magic alchemy back at the bar, I worked on the idea, and from time to time I looked at her in the mirror. She was studying her drink pensively, kind of sad, turning the glass round and round in her hand as though she had something deep on her mind. I was openly staring at her when her eyes met mine in the mirror. Her face became suddenly animated, and she smiled at me.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm superstitious about drinking alone.
Oh, what a coincidence, so am I.
Life's full of coincidences.
Believe me, I'm all for it.
Well, mud in your eye?
To you.
No, tonight it's to you. Just to you. You're wondering about me, aren't you?
And how do you mean?
When a girl sits alone at a bar, men get all kinds of impulses about her. Some want to protect her. Well, what did you think when I smiled at you in the mirror?
Well, I guess you summed it up.
You're lonesome, aren't you?
Well...
Lots of people are lonely. Do you mind if I call you John?
Well, it's a good plain American name, but my name happens to be Randy.
I'll call you John. You call me Mary.
Mary, Smith?
How did you know?
Instinct.
What?
Well, what?
You haven't asked me why I'm alone tonight.
Well, I figured that was your own business.
I was stood up. I had a date, but he didn't come.
Well, he should have his head examined.
That was the right line, John.
Well, I try, Mary, but I don't get much practice.
You mean you don't look at other girls?
Well, just window shopping.
Well, how about all those girls who come in the bank? And what about the girls who work in the bank?
The bank? You wouldn't have me mixed up with some other fellow, would you?
Now, how could I ever mix you up with anybody?
Yeah.
Buy me another drink, John?
Oh, yeah, sure. Gus, refills here. Better make mine a double. This is a friendly town, Chicago. You find them everywhere, these little dolls. But Mary Smith, or whatever her name was, didn't fit into the pattern. She said all the right words, but there was something elusive about her. If I could use a word that's been out of use for a long time, she was a lady. She looked younger than I'd first thought. She was no more than 25. There were no rings on her fingers, and, well, I wasn't going anyplace anyway. Gus put the refills in front of us. I picked mine up, raised it, and turned toward her. But she'd suddenly gone cold on me. She was tense, and she was staring into the mirror as though she'd forgotten that I was there. I followed her gaze. There wasn't anybody else at the bar except a man with red hair. He sat at the other end of the bar nursing a beer, and he wasn't paying any attention to us.
Let's go.
Thought you wanted another drink.
I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go.
Oh, sure, but I got to pay the tab first.
Hurry, I'll wait outside for you.
Gus, check.
Hey, yeah, Randy. That'll be $3.
Okay.
Come on down here. I want to talk to you.
Gus, I'm in a hurry.
Randy, listen, I think maybe I gave you a bump steer.
What are you talking about?
Well, the minute you sat down with her, a guy starts asking all kinds of questions about you. Who you are, where you come from, what's your racket.
A guy? What guy?
Well, that guy over there, the guy that's... Oh, that's funny. He was there just a minute ago. Didn't you see him? At the end of the bar. A guy with red hair.
I paid Gus and I hurried out. When I got to the sidewalk, she wasn't in sight. I felt let down, disappointed. Well, that's how it goes. You figure you got a winning ticket and you get left at the post. I was about to go back in and continue the fat chewing with Gus when a cab pulled up and she was in it. I thought you'd run out on me.
No, why would I do that? I thought getting a cab would save time.
Save time for what?
Why, we've got a lot of places to go. All right, driver.
Well, I'm probably the biggest jerk in Chicago for asking a question at a time like this, but... your date that didn't show up, will he wear red hair?
What?
Let's get it.
I love riding in a taxi, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to know where I'm going, though.
I never can remember. What do you call it when you go in and out of bars?
Pub crawling?
That's it. We're going pub crawling.
For a girl who wasn't familiar with the expression, she was very expert at finding upholstered sewers, which was strange because once we got in them, she lost interest and wanted to leave. She ordered drinks, but she only sipped them. She seemed to have a compulsion to be on the move.
Come on, let's go.
Well, what's the next stop?
Why, Riverview, of course.
Riverview? That must be a new joint. I haven't heard of it.
No, Riverview Park.
What, the amusement park?
You know, roller coasters, cotton candy, the whip.
What are you trying to do? See Chicago and die?
Oh, I'm so glad you came into the bar tonight. I'm glad you looked into the mirror.
So we went to Riverview Park. We ate popcorn and hot dogs. The bloated faker with a whiskey breath guessed our weight and fell short of my age by 6 years. And I gave him an extra $1. We went on the whip and the roller coaster and the tunnel of love. She sat very close to me in the boat. Yes, I felt tempted to kiss her as we went through the dark, dank tunnel, but the boats were full of teenagers necking, and, it didn't seem the place. But as we came out into the lighted park...
Okay, everybody out. Bring them up.
I'm surprised at you, John.
Hmm? What do you mean?
You didn't kiss me. Didn't you want to?
Bud, 2 more tickets here. We're going through again. As we came out into the lighted park for a second time, I was looking at her, smugly waiting for her reaction.
All right, everybody out. Stay the boat. Stay the boat.
Want to go through again?
No.
All right, this way, folks. Hurry it up.
Careful. Here, let me help you.
I can get out by myself.
Well, something to eat? Another ride? Find me a very obliging fellow.
I don't want to do anything. Please, just leave me alone.
Oh, God, I don't like to complain, but I kissed you back there. When you came out, you don't even look at me. What's the matter with me? I read all the ads.
What?
You know, this isn't good for my ego, talking to myself.
All right, take the chance. 3 shots for quarter. Everybody's away. Hit the little lady a baby doll. Shoot the birdies back. Hit the little lady a baby doll.
Get me a doll.
3 shots for quarter. That's quarter.
The baby doll in the blanket. That's the one I want.
How much are the dolls?
Well, you can't buy them. You got to win them. 3 shots for quarter. Knock the birdies down. Knock them all down. You win a baby doll. Here you are, Mac. Rifles all loaded. Show what a good shot you are for a quota.
Okay. I never had much luck with these things.
Oh, and it's too bad you missed. Try again. Here you are. It's all loaded.
As I picked up the rifle again and looked down the sight at the moving birds, I was conscious of a terrible tension in Mary. But my concentration was on pulling the trigger.
Don't. Oh, please don't. Don't. Oh, don't.
I turned around and she was screaming hysterically, running blindly down the midway. Mary! I dropped the gun on the counter, but before I could take after her, a man shoved a doll into my hand. Your doll, Stone. Thank you. Mary! Excuse me. Please let me through, will you? I'm sorry. Mary! What's the matter?
Oh, don't. Please don't shoot the gun. Don't shoot the gun. The gun.
Hey, snap out of it, Mary. Stop it. Mary, you wanted the doll? Well, here it is.
What? Oh, you got it. The one I wanted in the blue blanket. You won the doll for me.
Won it? No. No, I hadn't won it. I'd missed every shot, yet the man had handed me the doll. Not the man back of the counter, but another man. He handed me the doll and he called me by name. A man I'd seen once before tonight. A man who'd asked Gus about me. The man with the red hair.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a summertime snapshot of pure eating enjoyment, the good old American way. A nice, tender, juicy hot dog smack in the middle of a fresh toasted roll. And right next to it, ready to refresh and quench your thirst, a tall, cool, foaming glass of smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Just put yourself in that picture. Mm-hmm. You'll find Pabst Blue Ribbon has a taste all its own, a more satisfying taste, a more sociable taste no other beer can match. No wonder it makes good foods like these taste better. Listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans,
Armour's Treat, Borden Tea,
Ritz Crackers with Frankfurters,
And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor. Finer beer, that million savor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, for sure, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. Now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The night had a touch of madness to it. She'd wanted to be called Mary, and she'd called me John. I'd gone along with it. I thought it was just her way of lending dignity to a pickup. But now her hysteria and the man with the red hair shoving the doll into my hands and then disappearing, this had changed the whole picture. We'd walked away from the concessions to the edge of the park where it was quieter. All of her attention was now focused on the doll.
I'll always keep it. Always.
You don't have to woo me anymore.
What do you mean, John?
And you can drop the John stuff. My name is Randy Stone. Now, look, I've gone along with this make-believe because I thought I wanted to. I was in the mood for it. I thought when you smiled at me in the mirror, you just wanted to have some laughs.
I did. Oh, I did.
What about the man with the red hair?
I don't want to talk about it.
Would he be a detective?
Who?
The man with the red hair. I suppose you're married and your husband's old-fashioned. He doesn't like you picking up strangers in bars.
How can you say such a thing to me?
Well, are you married?
No, I'm not. No. Let's not talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything tonight but you and me. Just you and me.
Well, Mary, if you're in some kind of a jam, if you're in some kind of trouble, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help. Maybe there's something I can do.
There is. Take me dancing.
Dancing?
Uh-huh. At the pavilion, under the stars.
Our tickets ran out with the mellow music. I left Mary on the sidelines a minute to go buy another yard of tickets, but before I could get back, the band went jitterbug. And a gang of het cats went wild, swarming against the ropes to get to the floor. And they were between Mary and me. Trying to get through them was like trying to swim upstream. By the time all the cats were on the floor, I couldn't find her. She was gone. She disappeared. I looked over every inch of the pavilion, and then I saw him, the man with the red hair. He was standing just outside one of the exits, just standing there, watching. As I started toward him, he left quickly. There was no doubt about it, this was the boy who had the answers, and by now I was in a question-asking mood. Hey, Mac, I want to talk to you.
Not now, Stone.
I felt like I'd been hit with a roller coaster. My knees folded, and I went along with the ride. The sound had changed. I felt the motion before I recognized the new sound. I was dizzy and my head hurt. It was a motor. Yes, it was a motor. I was in a car. I opened my eyes, blinked a couple of times. I was in the back seat of a taxi. Driver.
You okay now?
Stop the car, will you?
You bet, bud, in a minute.
Stop it now.
We're almost there.
We're almost where?
Right up here in the middle of the block.
What?
Tony's. Here you are, Tony's Pizza Palace.
How did I get in this cab?
Your friend put you in. Hey, you really hung one on. You were feeling no pain, believe me.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. You say my friend put me in?
Yeah. Big guy with red hair. Said to drive you here. And see you got inside. Oh, well, you don't have to worry, buddy. Paid me. Hey, you want me to help you?
No, thank you. I've had a little too much help tonight. The cab drove away, and I stood and looked at the cheesy little pizza joint where he dropped me. The sign that badly needed paint still said Tony's Pizza Palace, although Tony had sold it a year ago. It used to be the place to go late at night if you liked sentimental Italian ballads with your pizza. Tony had been a half-baked opera singer, so he furnished entertainment along with being chef, waiter, and mine host. Now the place belonged to a sourpuss who never came out of the kitchen except to take your order. I was curious. I went inside. Yep, she was there.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
What happened to you?
What happened to me?
I lost you. You went to get tickets, and I couldn't find you afterwards. Kids, that crowd.
Why did you come here?
Tony's? Oh, I knew you'd come to Tony's.
Oh, you did. You didn't have to be quite so forceful with your invitation.
Here he comes. Listen, Tony's going to sing for us.
Well, that's not Tony.
Shh, quiet.
There's no tomorrow when love is new. There's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow.
This song meant something to this girl. And what did it mean? The man who wasn't Tony was singing it to her, and she was listening with her heart. She was looking beyond everything into some memory that was rare and special, and I felt like an eavesdropper watching. Well, would you, like him to sing something else?
Not tomorrow. Not tonight.
You want him to sing something else?
No.
Mary.
I'll be back. How do I know?
No more?
No, thank you.
What's the matter? The lady didn't like it?
Well, she thought it was great. How long you been working here?
Here? Oh, I don't work here. I sing at the Cafe Paloma down the street.
Well, then what are you doing here?
Oh, I don't know. Some fella came into the Paloma tonight and said, "Hey, you know the American words to O Solo Mio?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Good. You want to make some extra money?" I said, "Are you kidding me? With 6 mouths to feed?" He said, "Good. Go on down to Tony's. When the lady comes in the white dress, you sing to her." That's what the man said. That's what I did.
This music lover who hired you, did he have red hair?
That's right. He's a friend of yours? Oh, played a joke on you,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, he's a real funny man. Most women who've just had a good cry have swollen faces and powder streaks, but something had happened to Mary. When she came back to the table, her face shone with radiance. She stood beside the table. She didn't sit down. There was no tension in her now and no restlessness.
Let's go.
Well, it's only 3. Sit down.
No, let's walk.
Okay. You're going to think that this is corny, but let's get down to the lake and watch the sun come up, Mary.
Oh, it's not corny. But I can't.
Why not?
I've come to the end of it. I must go home now.
The end of it? The end of what?
You wouldn't understand.
Well, I might. Try me.
Let's just leave it this way.
There's so many things I don't know about you, and there's so much that I want to find out.
I know all about you. Now take me to the L.
Oh, if you want to go home, I'll get your cab.
No. I want to go home on the L.
She carried the doll in one hand, and she tucked the other in mine. Funny, I'm out every night at this hour, but I never noticed what a beautiful city it is. Even the L. I'd always thought of it as just a dirty, rattling noise in the night, and now it was a silhouette in steel. We walked up the steps to the platform, and there was nobody there but us. In the distance, I could hear it, just a vibration at first, and then a sound.
The L's coming. I'll have to say goodnight now.
But I'm going to take you home.
No.
Oh, I just can't leave you here.
Please, Randy.
Or when am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
But you can't just... You called me Randy.
I'm glad it was you, Randy. I'm glad you were the one you knew.
Now, Mary, wait. She darted away from me to board the L. I started after her, but I didn't get far. The man with the red hair materialized out of the shadows and blocked me. The L roared off, taking her with it.
Sorry, Stone, it's the end of the line.
Now, wait a minute. What do you think you...
Go ahead. Slug me if it'll make you feel any better. Knock my head off. I've got it coming.
Now, save the sympathy. Just give me the answers.
I had to knock you out, Stone. You'd gotten separated. I had to put you back on the track. I couldn't just go up to you and say, Mary's gone to Tony's.
Well, why not? Is that too old-fashioned for you?
Would you have gone? I would have had to explain that this was her first night out in months. That she's been sitting in a sanitarium, staring at the wall, living in a world of fantasy.
What are you trying to hand me?
Didn't you think she acted strangely at the shooting gallery when you shot the rifle? Didn't it bother you when she called you John?
Well, you didn't act exactly normal. And there's something else that bothers me. If she's a mental case, why is she out tonight, and why did you let her go off by herself on the L?
I'm not worried about that. That's the L that will take her home. You see, Stone, the doctor said if she did everything just the way it was that other night, if she relived it, played it out, and then came home, well, she had a chance.
What other night?
Mary met a man in a bar just a year ago tonight. Here, let me read your letter.
No, never mind the letter. What man?
Well, the letter's from him.
Oh, his name is John?
Yeah, John. The letter says, my darling wife...
Wife?
My darling wife, I'd give anything to be with you on our anniversary, but I can't, so that's that. But you go out. Wear your white dress. I won't be with you in person, but I'll be sitting beside you just the same. Go to that little bar on Rush Street where you picked me up. Or was it the other way around? Smile at me in the mirror, and I'll be smiling back.
Oh, I sure can pick him. A night off, and what do I draw? A stand-in for an absent husband.
There's more to the letter.
I can do without the love and kisses, thank you.
But I think it'll interest you. It goes on about reliving a night, about pub crawling in Riverview Park and Tony.
Oh, I've taken the trip. I know the itinerary. Who are you, her keeper?
No, I'm a brother.
Oh, well, that's a nice touch. The brother goes along a chaperone to keep everything platonic. And where's this elusive husband that I understudied? Where's he locked up?
He's dead.
He's dead?
The letter was written in a foxhole in Korea. He was killed 2 days later on Heartbreak Ridge.
Oh.
So you see now why I couldn't tell you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you around.
You did great, Stone. Real great.
Yeah, I know. Great. Red.
Yeah?
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam what?
Don't try to find her. Give her time. She may work out of this, and then again... Look, Stone, if she ever asks about you, if she ever wants to see you...
Sure, I know. You look me up. Other guys and other jobs on the night off go home after it's over. Me? I've got a story to write about a guy I met on his night off and a lady who evaporated in the mist. In a city the size of Chicago, almost everybody reads the newspapers, so maybe I can reach her this way. So I bat it out. I try to put into words the things the guy wanted to say but didn't. The story is finished. It isn't adequate, but it'll have to do, because after all, it is my night off. I get one last horrible thought before I turn it in. What if she reads the competition's paper? Well, I'll have to take that chance. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mary was played by Betty Moran. Others featured were Peter Leeds, Jan Arvin, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Starting the 29th, hear your Hit Parade on NBC.
Makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor. No other cigarette gives you this convincing proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people with normal throats smoked only Camels for 30 days. Noted throat specialists examine the throats of those smokers every week and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Make your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. See how well Camels agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, your plight is our delight.
Helen Asher speaking, a gal alone with just a phone.
Oh, clever, Helen, clever.
Thank you, sir. After all, you're not the only one who can make up corny slogans.
Easy, girl. You're crowding me.
Of course, I just might give up my slogans if you were on time for dinner tonight.
Well, that's a deal. I can't stand competition.
Seriously, Rick, I have a surprise for you tonight.
Oh? You inviting a preacher for dinner, maybe?
No, nothing like that. But I'm fixing the whole dinner myself, from soup to salad.
Oh, great Scott. $4 million and she can cook, too.
Well, you just remember to go easy on lunch. I want you to have an appetite by the time you get here.
Helen, I couldn't think of eating anything that would spoil my appetite. Besides, the automat won't take slugs anymore. Well, I do believe little old me has a little client.
Must be mail. I don't hear your fangs clicking.
Oh, dear, you're so astute. Bye.
Bye.
You, Diamond?
That's right.
Well, what do you know? Odds were 10 to 1 I'd find you in.
You don't say.
Yeah, now get your hat, pal. It's 45 puts the odds in my favor. Now get up.
What are the odds on finding out what this is all about?
100 to 1 right now. You'll find out soon enough, though. Now come on. And Diamond, don't try no tricks. You do when it's even money, you'll be a dead man.
Well, some people collect stamps. Me, I collect strange visitors. And the character who led me downstairs to his car was one of the strangest I'd seen all week. He wore a loud check vest, purple sports coat, and bright yellow slacks, and every time he opened his mouth, he gave odds on something or other. We drove through town, finally pulled up in front of a ritzy apartment house. He led me back to an apartment on the first floor.
Hold it. This is it. Inside, Diamond. That's far enough. Hey, Janet! Janet!
I'm right here, Freddie. You don't have to...
I told you it was 4 to 1. I could bring him here.
Oh, you in the bed, Freddie. Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hello. Fred, if you'd told me she was going to be here, you wouldn't have needed odds.
Oh, that's very sweet.
I'm a very sweet guy, especially with a gun in my back.
Oh, you can put it away now, Freddie, and take a walk. I want to speak to Mr. Diamond alone.
Oh.
Freddie.
Okay. Only the odds are 3 to 1. I should stick around.
Mr. Diamond, I need your help. I suggested this to Freddie, and he said he'd bring you. I had no idea he'd force you to come.
Oh, skip the apologies, honey. Just why do you need my help?
My name is Janet Collins. My brother is Bert Collins. Does that name mean anything to you?
Well, all depends. There was a Bert Collins sentenced to the electric chair a few months ago. Same one?
Yes, but he isn't guilty, Mr. Diamond. Bert was convicted of murdering a bookie, but he didn't. He tried to tell his story in court, but they wouldn't believe him.
And I take it you want to tell me his story now?
Exactly.
Well, I'm listening.
Bert went into the pool room to see this bookie about a loan. While he was talking to him, a stranger came in and shot the bookie. Said something about getting even. And the stranger dropped the gun and ran.
And, what did Bert do all this time?
Well, he was stunned. He bent over the body and picked up the gun just as the police rushed in. It looked like he did it. Only he's innocent, Mr. Diamond.
Honey, as I remember it, your brother had a fair trial. 12 men disagree with you about his guilt.
I know that. But there's one man who can prove he told the truth.
Oh? Well, keep talking.
There was a witness to the murder. A little racketeer named Tony Garibaldi was in the pool room when it happened. He saw the stranger come in and kill the bookie.
Why didn't this come out at the trial?
Because we couldn't find Tony.
We?
Freddie, Bert's lawyer, and myself. We have witnesses who swear they saw Tony enter the pool room and rush out after the shooting.
But you haven't got Tony.
No, and he's the only one who can prove Bert is innocent. Unless we find Tony by tomorrow, it'll be too late. Please take the case, Mr. Diamond. Find Tony Garibaldi.
Well, I can give it a try. This is a big city, though. Tony could be hiding anywhere.
I know it's a hard job, but I'll pay the usual fee, and I'll be very grateful, Mr. Diamond. Very grateful.
Mm-hmm. Well, save the gratitude for later, dear. After we find Tony Garibaldi. Oh, Diamond. A pretty face, a sob story, and you get into the screwiest cases. Find a cheap racketeer out of 7 million people. I wonder what kind of odds Freddie would have given me on that. I caught a cab back to my office, picked up my card, then drove down to the 5th Precinct. I was hoping Lieutenant Walt Levinson could give me some lead on Tony Garibaldi.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond? Wow, so formal.
New policy. Commissioner decided we were getting too lax here at the 5th Precinct. Henceforth, we are to treat visitors with dignity and respect.
You don't say.
Yeah, and stop grinning. What do you want down here, anyway?
Oh, I'm working on a case. You remember Bert Collins?
And how? Grilled him after he was arrested. Tough boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm working to spring him.
Yeah, he was one of the... What? Are you crazy? Collins gets the chair tomorrow night.
I know, but his sister says he's innocent.
And you believed it?
I don't know. She wants me to find a punk named Tony Garibaldi. Says Tony witnessed the murder and can prove Bert didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That's what Bert told us. We tried to locate Tony, but he's dropped out of circulation.
You think Tony really saw the murder?
Who knows? Guy next door to the pool room said he saw Tony enter and come out later after the shots. Look, Rick, there's no doubt that Bert did it. The patrolman on the beat rushed in, found him standing over the body with a gun in his hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, then why is Tony hiding? And why would Bert's sister want me to find Tony unless she was sure he could free her brother?
All I know is we had all the evidence against Bert that we needed. He tried to borrow money from the bookie. Bookie refused. They had a fight. Bert shot him open and shut case.
Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Walt. I'm still going looking for Tony Garibaldi. Any leads on him?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Chances are some of the petty rackets might know where he is. Tony's worked all the cheap rackets, got a lot of friends.
Well, I guess I start covering the petty rackets then, huh?
Yeah, good luck, Rick. Bert is innocent. I'd hate to see him burn.
Well, if I find Tony, I'll bring him into you here.
I'm glad you said if. If you find Tony and if he can clear Bert Collins.
That's right, Fatty. If. New York is a big city, and like any big city, it has a lot of rackets. Everything from fake panhandlers to phony insurance salesmen. But someone in these rackets might know where I could find Tony Garibaldi. So I began checking. One racket after another, charity rackets, used car rackets, everything. Yeah, a lot of people knew Tony, but they hadn't seen him in months, or so they said. It was late afternoon by the time I pulled up in front of Sneezy Williams' apartment. A few years back, Sneezy had organized every pickpocket in town, formed a sort of a union. There was a chance he might know Tony's whereabouts. I got out of my car and started for his apartment.
Don't turn around, Dime.
Well, it couldn't be your finger sticking in my back, could it, friend?
No, it couldn't be. Walk toward that alley, Diamond, or I'll put a hole right through you.
That's a pleasant thought. Now, pal, if this is a stick-up, you're in for a disappointment. The only green stuff in my wallet is moss.
Shut up and don't turn around. That's far enough. Diamond, I hear you've been looking for me.
No. You're Garibaldi?
Shut up. I'll do the talking, Diamond. I don't know what your angle is in this or why you're after me, but I want you to lay off.
Well, why are you hiding, Tony? What are you afraid of?
Never mind that. Now, look, I've heard you're a right guy. I hate to do this, but you got to understand I'm not kidding. Keep away from me, or next time you won't get off so easy.
Tony, listen to me.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment. Listen to this report by leading throat specialists. After making more than 2,000 weekly examinations of hundreds of smokers from coast to coast, smokers with normal throats who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's proof of mildness. Proof offered by no other cigarette. Start your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days. You'll soon see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll see how well Camels agree with your throat. Pack after pack, week after week.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I was looking for a little racketeer named Tony Garibaldi. Only instead of finding him, Tony found me. And he left a bump on my head as a not-too-gentle reminder that he didn't appreciate me searching for him. But now I was even more determined to find him for two good reasons. One, he might save Bert Collins from the chair, and two, I wanted to repay him for that crack on the head with interest. After I'd come to in the alley, I went to a cafe on the corner, smoked 4 Camels, had 2 cups of coffee, and washed my face. I felt much better as I walked back up the street to Sneezy Williams' apartment. I climbed the stairs and knocked on Sneezy's door. When the door opened, Sneezy stood there, his face screwed up like he'd just bitten into an unripe persimmon, then... Relief spread over his pudgy features, and he held out his hand.
Ricky Diamond. Long time no see.
How are you, Sneezy?
Bad, Ricky. Awful bad. Come on in.
Well, thanks. Ooh, what's that smell?
Fumes. From my vaporizer over there on the table. I gotta breathe them. It clears up my head.
Oh. I hear you've gone up in the world, Sneezy. pickpocket union, huh?
Diamond, please, don't use that word pickpocket. In the trade, we call them cannons.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
Common mistake. Yeah, I organize the boys to keep them out of each other's territory, and I get a percentage of all their takes.
Well, that explains the fancy apartment.
Uh-huh. Only what would do when you're a sick man like me? I got a cold all year round. I've been under a mustard plaster so long I feel like a hot dog. What brings you here, Ricky?
I'm looking for a man, Sneezy. Thought you might know where I could find him.
Well, it all depends. Come on, let's sit over here by the vaporizer. I gotta sniff those fumes. Who you after, Rick?
Guy by the name of Tony Garibaldi.
Tony, huh?
You know him?
Oh, sure. Worked for me a few years back. I haven't seen him lately, though.
Where was he living when you knew him, Sneezy?
Now, let's see. Excuse me a sec. Ooh, them fumes feel good.
About Tony.
Oh, yeah. I should know it. Sure. He lived with his mother. Yeah, that's a nice old lady. I've been over there a few times.
Oh, but where, Sneezy? What's the address?
The address? Ooh, them fumes. You know, these vaporizers come pretty high these days. This one set me back $10.
Well, all right, Sneezy. Here's $10.
Vicky, you are a kindred soul.
Just make with the address, Sneezy.
Yeah, the old lady runs a dry cleaning shop over on 79th and 3rd. Right on the corner. You can't miss it. Ooh, them foo.
Gesundheit. That last one must have registered on the Caltech seismograph. I left Sneezy with another Gesundheit and went out the door before he blew me out. Then I went to my car, drove across town to the cleaning shop on 79th and 3rd. Inside, I found a tired-looking old lady marking clothes.
Yes? You have come for clothes?
No, Mrs. Garibaldi. I'm looking for your son.
Tony?
Tony.
What is it you want with him?
I'd like to talk to her.
You're from the police?
Well, indirectly, yes.
Go away.
Now, Mrs. Garibaldi.
Go away. You're not dressed like a policeman. You're not from the police. You wish to harm my Tony. Go away.
Mrs. Garibaldi, your son's in a lot of trouble. He might be able to save an innocent man from dying. I intend to find him.
Tony is in trouble, yes, I know. He comes here months ago, tells me he must hide. He does not tell me why. Why must Tony hide from men like you? Why?
Your son witnessed a murder.
This is a crime?
No, but Tony ran away. Now, if he tells what he really saw, perhaps an innocent man will go free.
Tony is a good boy. He would not wish harm to innocent man.
Well, perhaps Tony's afraid, Mrs. Garibaldi. Afraid some harm will come to him if he tells the truth.
Is this true?
No, the police will protect your son. But they can't protect him if they don't know where he is. He's in more danger now.
How do I know you speak the truth? You're not from the police. I know you're not a harm Tony yourself.
You can check with the police. Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct. He'll vouch for me.
I do not know. You would not tell me to check unless you spoke the truth. But I do not know.
Where's Tony living, Mrs. Garibaldi?
Tony says I'm not to tell anyone.
Your son's afraid. People in fear don't think clearly. Now, where's Tony?
Tony's a good boy. There's no good he must hide.
Where is he?
Tony must hide no more. Tony must tell the truth. If I do wrong, I be forgiven, but I will tell you where Tony hides.
Mrs. Garibaldi wrote the address on a slip of paper. I called Janet Collins and asked her to meet me at Tony's hideout. Together, we might be able to persuade him to tell the truth about the murder. When I got to Tony's rooming house, Janet hadn't arrived yet, so I went up alone. And after 5 flights, I didn't bother to knock.
What?
Hello, Tony.
Diamond.
Yeah. Now, punk, We'll have a little talk.
You get out of here. Leave me alone.
Now, stay right there, Tony. I've got the gun this time. And I'm itching to pay you back for that wallop in the alley.
I had to do that, Diamond. You don't understand.
Well, then suppose you enlighten me. Who are you hiding from?
You know as well as I do. They hired you to find me, didn't they?
It all depends. Who do you mean by they?
Colin's sister Janet and that Freddie character. They hired you, didn't they?
That's right. To find a chicken-hearted punk who might be able to save Bert Collins from the chair. You're quite a guy, Tony. Let Bert die because you're afraid you'll risk your own neck.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Diamond. You must know why they want me. Sure, I was in the pool room the night of the murder. That's why I got to hide.
I don't follow you, Tony. Now, who was it you saw?
You're trying to tell me you don't know.
I never ask questions if I know the answers.
Okay, then here's your answer. Sure, I seen the killer. It was Bert Collins.
What?
I was at a back table. Bert come in. He didn't see me. And after the shots, I got out of there fast.
Ah, you're lying, Tony. Why are you hiding if Bert really did it? He's been convicted. He can't harm you.
No, but his sister and that Freddie guy can. After the murder, they got in touch with me. Told me I had to swear I saw a stranger come in and kill the bookie. They told me I had to swear Bert didn't do it.
So that's why you ran?
Sure, I didn't want to get in trouble with the law. But if I didn't lie, I'd be killed, so I hid out.
Tony, if what you say is true, I'm the biggest stoop in town.
You gotta believe me, Mr. Diamond. I swear I tell the truth. And please don't tell them where I'm hiding, please.
It's too late for that, Tony. You already know.
What?
Yeah, come on. Let's get out of here. We'll get you to a safer place, and we'll have to...
Hold it right there, kiddies. Odds of 5 to 1 I'll pull a trigger.
Well. Yellow vest, purple sports coat, and gray gun. Freddie, you're a regular Technicolor nightmare.
Better drop your gun, Diamond.
Hello, Janet.
Drop it. That's a sweet little boy.
You're bleeding now, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Tony, only don't rub it in.
Diamond, I'm sorry this has to be. I wanted you to find Tony, but I wish you hadn't talked to him.
Oh, Janet, you're a dreamer. This won't work. Even if Tony does swear Bert's innocent, the police will break his story. Your brother dies in the chair tomorrow night, and a lie can't save it.
We'll see about that. It's a chance, anyway.
Well, what about it, Tony? You gonna let him take you downtown and lie for them?
Well, I don't know.
I know Tony, Diamond. Don't try and fill him with false bravado. He knows what Freddie'll do with him. Unless he does exactly what we tell him. Don't you, Tony?
Yeah, kid, you know. And the odds are 50 to 1 you'll say just what we want you to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond. I guess I gotta do what they want.
Oh, don't be a fool, Tony.
Shut up, Diamond. You've talked enough.
Freddie, I'll leave you here with Diamond. Tony and I'll wait in the car. Don't be long. Come on, Tony.
Diamond,
Now then, Diamond. Just you and me.
You make the most brilliant statements, Freddie.
Yeah, and the odds are... Hey, keep your hands out of your pocket.
Oh, take it easy, Freddie. There couldn't be a gun in this pocket. Just got a $50. See?
What's the idea?
Well, Freddie, old boy, the way I see it, I'm about to be shot.
That's even money, all right.
Well, I can't figure out whether to die a hero trying to rush you or just stand here and wait for you to shoot.
Huh?
Now, either way, I die. So I might as well decide which way I want it. Thought I might flip a coin.
The Diamond, you must be a little off, huh?
Oh, Freddie, I didn't admit it before, but you see, I'm crazy about gambling, too. Just like you.
Yeah, huh?
Sure. You can appreciate a sportsman wanting to go out like this, to die on a gamble.
I don't know.
Oh, Freddie, relax. Either way, I die. Now, I'll flip the coin 2 out of 3. Heads, I die rushing you. Tails, I wait for you to shoot.
It's sort of interesting.
Well, here we go. Up. There. Tails.
Oh, you way.
2 out of 3. Up.
What is it?
Heads.
Well, go on. This one tells the tale.
Yeah, Freddie, this one tells the tale. I held the coin against my thumb. Freddie was interested now. He was the type who liked any kind of a bet, and in this one the odds were all in his favor. But I always did like long shots. I flipped the coin high. Only this time I didn't catch it. I let it fall to the floor, and Freddie's eyes followed it. This was what I needed. I threw him off balance, and the gun went clattering to the floor. Then my right hand plowed into a yellow vest, and my left hand followed through. And that took care of Freddie. but there was still Janet outside with Tony in the car. I stripped Freddie of his purple sport coat, put it on, and went downstairs. Outside, I saw Janet and Tony in a blue sedan parked at the curb. I lowered my head and went around to Janet's side as fast as I could.
Get in the other side, Freddie. Oh, Diamond.
No, take it easy, honey.
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, just relax now. You'll go somewhere in a minute. Tony.
Yeah?
Run around the corner and get the cop of the beat to take care of our little friends, will you? And make it snappy. I got a date at 7 o'clock. I wonder how Helen will like me in a purple sport jacket. I beg your pardon, Helen, dear?
I said,
Well, that's what I thought you said. Now, dear, please stop staring at me. It makes me self-conscious.
Oh, I just can't help it, Rick. I don't think it's right for a woman to tell a man how to dress.
I agree.
Only sometimes. Well, that purple sport jacket.
I was wondering when you'd notice it.
Oh, I noticed it when you first came in. I'm just getting over the shock.
Oh, I knew you'd like it, dear. Wait until you see my red, white, and blue slacks. I'm saving them for Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, now, Rick, what's come over you?
Personality, dear. Now settle back and listen to your colorful boyfriend sing a sweet song.
Ah, what a way to spend an evening. A purple coat, a piano, and a private detective. And I'm the gal who graduated from Vassar.
And so to sleep again, as if I'll ever sleep again. These restless nights go on away from you, and so to dream again, as if I'll ever dream again. My darling, since you're gone, my dreams are through. No other arms can ease this ache within my heart. No other lips can kiss away these tears that start. And so to sleep again, as if I'll ever sleep again, as if I'll ever love again anyone but you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Only I'm surprised you didn't sing a loud or two to go with your clothes.
Oh, Helen, from your tone, one would think you didn't approve of my new apparel.
One would, wouldn't one? One would also... Now, Rick.
Yes, dear.
More?
Well, I'll be romantic tonight.
Romantic, nothing. As long as you wear that jacket, I'd rather keep my eyes closed. Come here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? When that question was asked of doctors from coast to coast, doctors in all branches of medicine, the brand name most was Camel. Why don't you smoke Camels, too? And say, why not give a carton of Camels for St. Valentine's Day? Camels come in a special carton all dressed up for the Valentine season. Give your Valentine Camels.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to help bring pleasure to hospitalized veterans and members of our armed forces, the makers of Camel send thousands of packs of Camel cigarettes to service in veterans' hospitals every week. This week, the gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fort Harrison, Montana, and West Roxbury, Massachusetts. U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Carson, Colorado. And the Military Air Transport Service, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded personnel. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Gene Bates, and Parley Bear. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. Here's Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
So pack your pipe with Prince Albert, the largest selling pipe tobacco in America. It's smooth, cool smoking. And say, there's more tobacco in the pocket tin now. So get Prince Albert tomorrow. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
It's only me from over the sea.
Oh, it's Sam. How was it at the beach?
Same as always, foggy.
Did you go in?
Well, I was up to my neck from the first rumble. If you mean did I go in the water, I did.
Was it cold?
I didn't notice. I was too busy landing a corpse.
Oh, Sam, what a coincidence. I was just reading my new library book.
Yeah?
And it's all about a body in the water, pushed over a cliff. And there's the strangest girl in it with a strange mother.
Figures.
And she drinks, the girl, and runs away with a chauffeur. They're rich people.
They can't do that. They're stealing my material.
Oh, no, Sam, no. It's by Owen Fitzstephen. He's very well thought of. Mother always understands his plot.
Not tonight, she won't. Stay where you are, Angel. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the critical author caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know as well as I do, fellas, your hair is one of the first things any gal notices. So it's really important to keep your hair spruced up right all the time. The answer? Why, of course, Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. I have a hunch, fellas, she'll help herself to another look if you're using Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in bottles or the handy new tube. It's again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. Later in this program, we'll have an important announcement. Listen for it. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I'm looking over
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, come on in. Let's get this over.
Can you wait till I finish this chapter?
Hmm?
The page to go. The detective had just found this girl in a sordid rooming house.
Mm-hmm.
He had this fight with her boyfriend and boinged him. And now butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. But I don't trust her.
What's the name of the book?
Morgue Fruit.
Morgue Fruit.
His last was a spindly stiff. That was about this neurotic nurse who was in love with her employer.
Effie, how
She
long
got
have you been reading this kind of trash?
What's not trash, Sam? Well, he really makes his characters live. And I love his detective. He's real hard-boiled, like in Dashiell Hammett.
Dashiell Hammett? Mark your place and come in.
All right, sir.
Dear. Ready?
Yes, sir. Oh, I can hardly wait.
That's the way I like you, eager.
To finish the chapter, I mean.
Please.
I wonder what she's up to. She's guilty, of course.
Of course, but what of?
You can read it when I'm finished. Oh, my goodness, we've got a report to get out, and here we are chattering about books. Date, August?
I will give the date.
Yes, Sam.
Date? Fill it in. To Missing Persons Bureau, San Francisco Police. Attention, Sergeant Schwartz. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Gabrielle Leggett. Dear Dave, I should have handed it over to you at the start, but you know me, I'm greedy. I cashed the check she'd sent me as a retainer without consulting my better judgment. Gave the money to Effie to pay bills without batting an eye. Borrowed a dime car fare from the corner newsboy without collateral. And arrived in front of the Leggett mansion on Nob Hill without the foggiest notion of what I had been retained for.
I'm Gertrude Leggett, Mr. Spade. It's about my stepdaughter, Gabrielle. She's been missing since the funeral.
Whose funeral was that, Mrs. Leggett?
My husband, Gabrielle's father. That was nearly 3 weeks ago. She came to me afterwards and said she was going down to Quesada, to our country place, for a few days. That she wanted to be alone with her grief. But I discovered that she never arrived at Quesada. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Spade?
Yeah, except for one thing. Why do you want her back?
First, she may do something to disgrace me. She'll undoubtedly try her best to do so. Secondly, unless I get her signature to some papers, in accordance with her father's will, I can't go on living in this house. Furthermore...
That's okay. You've convinced me. Now, when she left, what did she take with her?
Just one piece of light luggage, and her liquor case, of course. She drinks, you know. No, it's not my place to disapprove. I merely thought it might help you to know.
Well, we could case all the bars in town, but it'd take a lot of time and a lot of money. Besides, I'm on the wagon.
Well, you might talk to Eric, my chauffeur. He drove her to the station, or says he did.
Where do I find him?
Let's see. 10 o'clock. He'll be loitering down the hall somewhere in the neighborhood of the linen closet, helping the upstairs maid fold the sheets. I'd knock first if I were you and avoid embarrassment.
Thanks for the tip. Oh, mind if I have a look at your stepdaughter's room?
Eric will give you the key. I'm not allowed one.
There it is.
Eric.
Oh, lady.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you for your kind assistance, Mr. Collins.
It's okay, Myrtle. Anytime. Yes, sir.
You Eric?
Collinson, what can I do for you?
I'd like the key to Miss Gabrielle's room.
You the law?
Why? You expecting some?
The old lady's been threatening to yell cop.
She decided to whisper instead.
Oh, private dick.
You catch on fast, lover boy.
Okay, I'll let you in her room. Come on.
Mrs. Leggett says you drove Gabrielle to the station.
She says that, does she?
Isn't that what you told her?
I'm not telling you what I told anyone.
Suit yourself.
After you.
Mm-mm.
What's eating you?
Nothing at all. Just want some privacy.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm responsible.
Go help Myrtle. Give me those keys.
Oh, listen. You can't...
Look.
Hey, let me in. Still have your lights?
Her room was, shall we say, untidy. The mirrored dressing table was chipped around the edges, and ranged helter-skelter across it between two polo pony bookends was a mess of books. 3 odd volumes of the Harvard 5-foot shelf, a horse breeder's Gazette, and a bunch of detective novels. I picked one up and opened it to the title page. It was called Morgue Fruit, and it was by Owen Fitzstephen, author of The Corpulent Cadaver, The Spindly Stiff, and The Kiss-Off. It was autographed to the author's great and good friend, the late Edgar Leggett. The signature looked familiar, but it didn't look like a lead. Neither did anything else in the room. I started to unlock the door with the key on the ring I'd grabbed away from Eric, and the light caught the smooth side of a Christopher medal. It was engraved for Eric, forever, Gabby. When Forever Eric went off duty that night, he went across town. The trail ended at a crummy, broken-down rooming house out in the Fillmore. He let himself in with a key and climbed the stairs. I waited until he was out of sight. In more time than it takes to tell, the door cracked open and a nose that could only belong to a landlady raised it out at me. She was gumming a sen-sen.
What do you want?
They get settled in all right?
They ain't nobody settling in on me.
Never touched me. You got me wrong, Mom. I meant the newlyweds. Did they raise the rent money all right?
Oh, them. Raised it and spent it. He's a Dick Smither.
Dick Smither.
Stops it up all day and throws the dead soldiers out the window. And they call it a honeymoon. Who are you?
I'm her ex-husband, darling. I came to pay her the back alimony I owe.
Well, give it to me. I'll see she gets it.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, don't you come pushing in here.
Quiet.
It's after hours. Don't allow callers in here after 10 o'clock. House rule.
Shut up.
Well, I don't.
What's their room number? Now, give it to me or I'll shake it out of you, darling.
212.
212.
And if it weren't for these new uppers, I'd let you try it.
Oh, is that what those are? Thank you, Grand Duchess Marie.
Smart Alec. No wonder you can't hang on to a woman.
You're so right.
You drove her to drink.
I did not.
Alimony's still good for you. Young whippersnapper.
Who is it?
Western Union.
All right, let me... I told you to stay away. Now beat it.
Eric, what is it?
Look, Eric, I don't want any trouble, but I'm coming in.
Over my dead body.
Eric?
Get back in the room, Gabby. Now, look, I won't let you hurt her, so...
Now, look, Collinson, don't make me do it.
Don't
I don't want to. Okay, I'm sorry.
Eric! What have you done to him?
Nothing a bucket of cold water can't cure. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I'm a private detective. Your stepmother hired me to find you.
Oh? You know why she wants to find me?
Do you?
She wants to kill me. She killed my father, now she'll kill me.
Can you prove that?
My father never had a day's illness in his life. He could drink 3 quarts of brandy in any evening. Do you believe a man like that could die of heart failure?
Frankly, I could.
Now she's starting the same kind of talk about me. She wants to railroad me to the insane asylum. Do I seem crazy to you?
No. A little nervous, maybe. This idea you have about your father's death. Talk some more, will you?
All right. I'll tell you the whole thing. But I gotta have a drink first. Hey, I can't get the top off. Give me a hand, will you?
Sure. You need a corkscrew for this one.
Yeah, I think there's one down there in the cupboard.
I don't see one.
Back in the corner. A little farther. There.
No, there's nothing in... Hey! Ow! I dreamed I was a character in a detective story. The title of the story was Morgue Fruit, and the author, a man named Fitzstephen, was trying to figure out a way to turn me into a red herring before knocking off his number one suspect. I tried to tell him it's against the rules to make your detective a red herring, but he said it was a new kind of murder yarn, and it didn't matter anyway because there wasn't even a victim. That's what he thought.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. And here's the announcement we promised you. Now you can get Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, in a generous new 25-cent size on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the critical author caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
When I came to, it had came the dawn, and I was still a character in a detective story, and I felt more like a red herring than I had in my dream. I had dragged myself across my own trail and wound up no place. My quarry had fled, leaving nothing behind but empty bottles with fingerprints on them. I lifted the few and hustled over to the Bureau of Identification. Half an hour later, I got the report. They were mine. All mine. I wondered what a detective novelist would make of that. I decided to find out. I had met Owen Fitzstevens several years back in Seattle when I was digging dirt on a chain of fake mediums. He was plowing the same field for literary material, and we pooled forces. I got more out of the combination than he did since he knew the spook racket inside out. I cleaned up my job in a couple of weeks, and we parted friends. His San Francisco apartment was on the 6th floor of the St. Mark. He was standing at its door holding out a lean hand to greet me when I got there.
Well, you're looking fit, Sam. A little red in the face.
Yeah, it's the red herring I ate last night. How's the literary grip go?
You haven't been reading me?
No, where'd you get that funny idea?
Oh, there was something in your tone, as in the voice of one who has bought an author for a couple of dollars. I suppose you're still hounding the unfortunate evildoer?
Yeah, that's how I happened to look you up. You autographed a book for Edgar Leggett.
Oh, yes. Morgue fruit. Distressingly prophetic.
What do you know about that family?
Oh, what have they been up to now?
How well you know the girl, Gabrielle?
Well, quite well, since she's a duplicate of her father. She has brains, but there's something black in her. Something she doesn't want to think about but can't forget. She's a neurotic who keeps her body sensitive and ready. I don't know what for. While she drugs her mind with drink and lunatic notions. Yet she's cold and she's sane. If I had something I wanted to forget, I'd anesthetize my mind directly, leave my body stay strong and ready.
I hope you don't think any of this stuff means anything to me.
Oh, yes. I remember you now. You were always like that. Tell me what's up while I try to find one-syllable words for you.
You know the fellow that drives for him?
Eric?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was released from Folsom in Leggett's custody when he was 18 years old. Murdered his father. Nice kid. What about him?
Mrs. Leggett hired me to find Gabrielle. I found her with Eric in a rooming house out in the Fillmore. She begged me to save her from her stepmother's murderous schemes, then she knocked me cold.
Well, that's trivial, dull. I've been thinking of the Leggett family in terms of Dumas, and you bring me a piece of Jim Crackery out of O. Henry. If I were writing this, Gabrielle would kill her stepmother, or dupe Eric into doing it for her. Or, no, that won't do. Not sufficient motive. Murder has to have a motive, you know.
Why? She's insane, isn't she?
I wonder. Are you saying that carelessly, or do you really think she's off?
Well, I don't know. She's got a kind of a wild look about her. Her eyes shift from green to brown and back without ever settling on one color. How much have you turned up on her in your snooping around, Owen?
Are you who make your living snooping, sneering at my curiosity about people and my attempts to satisfy it?
No, we're different, Owen. I do mine with the object of putting people in jail, and I get paid for it, though not as much as I should.
But I do mine with the object of putting people in books, and I get paid for it, though not as much as I should.
Yeah, but what good does that do?
Well, what good does putting them in jail do?
It relieves congestion. You put enough people in jail, and cities wouldn't have any traffic problems, that's fine.
Well, then all you have to do is to wait till one of them kills the other and put the survivor in jail. It's simple.
Yeah, but who's going to kill who?
Perhaps they both have plans, both Gabrielle and her stepmother. Looks as if you'd have to guard both of them.
I think I'll settle for my client. As far as Gabrielle's concerned, her husband ought to be able to watch out for her.
Her what?
Husband. She and Eric got married.
Well, now there you are. You didn't tell me anything about that. Lord knows how much else there is you haven't told me. Pardon me. Don't go away.
Telegram. Sign here.
Oh, thank you. There you are. Thank you, sir. Now, I wonder what... Good Lord, this is positively corny. Listen to this, Spade. I appeal to you as a friend of my dead husband. Come immediately, Sunset Hotel, Quesada. Trouble, danger. Do not communicate. Gabrielle must not know. Signed, Gertrude Leggett. Spade.
Yeah?
Did you have this wire sent to me as a prank?
I was just going to ask you if you sent it to yourself as a prank.
I have it. The key to the whole thing. It's a red herring.
I didn't think Fitzstephen would be able to hold out very long against his professional curiosity, and I didn't imagine he thought I would. I caught the next bus for Quesada. Quesada is a one-hotel town pasted on the rocky side of a young mountain that slopes into the Pacific Ocean some 80 miles from San Francisco. I got there at 11-something that night, stepped down from the bus, and crossed the street to the Sunset Hotel.
All right, keep your shirt on.
Mrs. Leggett registered here?
What's your name?
Owen Fitzstephen.
Oh, she left a message for you. Said for you to wait right here and don't leave till she gets back.
Yeah, she say where she was going?
Oh, it's probably over visiting with her daughter and new son-in-law, new over to the cove.
How do you get there?
Well, you'll never be able to find it at night unless you went all the way around by the East Road.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
then, I'm sure, unless you knew the country.
Well, how do you get there in the daytime?
Well, you go down this street. You take the fork on the ocean side and follow that up along the cliff. It's easily enough found in the daytime, but you never in the world. You won't be able to find it.
Okay, heard you the first time. So I waited until morning. Stupid me. I found the road out to the point, but it had never really been a road. The side of the ledge became steeper and steeper until the path was simply a narrow shelf on the face of the cliff. The cliff that sheared off 150 feet or more to ravel out into the ocean. A breeze from the general direction of China was pushing fog over the top of the cliff, making a noisy lather of seawater at the bottom. Rounding a corner where the cliff was steepest, I chucked my cigarette over the edge and watched it spin downwards. And that's when I saw it. I had to go waist deep into the Pacific to lift the body. I got my hands under the armpits, found solid ground for my feet, and dragged it up beyond the high tide mark. It was Gertrude Leggett. Somebody came staggering down the beach to meet us.
She dead?
Yeah, Gabrielle, she's dead.
Oh, the witch is dead. Hey, take me back to town, will you? Buy me a drink, huh?
Sit down there. Sit down.
What's the big idea? Don't you know I'm sick?
Somehow I don't think you're that sick. I think you could make some sense.
Sense? That's a laugh. You don't know me. I've never been able to think clearly the way other people do. No matter what I try to think about, there's a fog that tries to get between me and it. You understand how horrible I can become? Going through life like
Nuts.
that?
Nobody thinks clearly, no matter what they pretend. Thinking's a dizzy business. A matter of catching as many of those foggy glimpses as you can and fitting them together the best you can. Trouble with you is you've been enjoying your misery. You've been so busy trying to prove that you're nuts, it's a wonder you haven't really driven yourself nuts.
How do you know I haven't?
Because you're too anxious to admit it.
All right, I'm sane if you want it that way. I'm just evil. There's something black inside me.
What was that again?
Something black. Everybody knows that about my family. My father, too.
Who told you that?
I always knew it. They say my real mother killed herself. But I know better. I know how to open the drawer where she keeps the gun. Every day Gertrude lies on Mother's bed, and we play Killing the Witch.
Yeah?
And she comes in the night and bends over my crib. And she's changed herself so she looks like Mother instead of the witch. But I know better, and I hold up the gun with both hands. Very hard to pull with both hands. It's very hard to pull the trigger. But I must do it or the witch will eat me up. And then there's a big noise and red all over. And I can't get out. I can't get out.
Now listen to me. You were beginning to make some sense. Now don't run away from it. Gertrude was lying on your mother's bed. That's your stepmother?
Yeah. She was my nurse. She married Father.
Not so fast. How old were you when your mother died?
4 and a half.
Did your father know about the game with the gun?
No, I don't think so.
Did anybody?
Gertrude said I must never tell anyone, because they'd send me away. And I never did. Not till I grew up. I was with Owen Fitzstephen.
Yeah.
I had a lot to drink. I told him. After that, he began seeing Gertrude. Then finally, my father died. But it didn't do her any good, because Owen really loved me.
Now, watch it. Now, let's get this straight. You'll have to straighten it out again later on with a doctor to help you. This is to help me. When you were a little child, Gertrude taught you that killing the witch game to use you as a murder weapon against your mother. Then she filled you full of ideas of guilt and fear so you'd keep quiet about it. When you told the story to Owen, he blackmailed your stepmother into knocking off your father. That made you feel responsible for his death, too, so you ran away.
Now, Gertrude's dead. I killed her, too.
You might, but I doubt it. Now, try and remember. Was Owen up here tonight?
I thought I heard his voice. But I hear voices sometimes. I'm hearing it again. Listen. Do you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything but the wind and the beat of the surf at first. And when I did hear the voice, I sent Gabby for a doctor before I investigated. He was pretty badly mangled in the rocks. He'd fallen nearly as far as he'd pushed Gertrude, but was still alive. I made him as comfortable as I could, and finally he opened his eyes.
Oh, Sam.
You messed yourself up good.
Yeah. No more rocks for me.
Not unless you make Alcatraz.
You know, I had half an idea when you came to see me in San Francisco that you were secretly nursing some exceptional, idiotic theory.
Thanks, Owen, but I never had any theory. The whole thing dropped into my lap.
Don't be too sure of that. Understand, at present, I admit nothing. Later on, if I'm forced to, the very number of my crimes will be to my advantage. On the theory that nobody but a lunatic could have committed so many.
Oh, there's not so many. Only Gertrude, your co-author of the murder of the late Edgar Leggett.
Nonsense. Crimes and crimes dating from the cradle. Even literature shall help me.
Not your own books.
Why not? Didn't the critics agree that the spindly stiff bore all the marks of authorial degeneracy? Evidence son to save my sweet neck. And I shall wave my mangled body at them. A ruin whose crimes and high heaven have surely brought sufficient punishment upon it.
Yeah, you'll probably make a go of it. Legally, you're entitled to beat the jump if ever anybody was.
Illegally? You mean insane? Tell me the truth, Sam. Am I?
I think that's what they'll say.
But that spoils everything. It's no fun if I'm really cracked. No fun at all.
Period and a report.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it?
Now, there you go again, Effie.
I mean, if anything like that happened in real life, you wouldn't believe it.
You mean if anything like that happened in fiction?
Oh, no. The author is never the guilty party.
Well, this author was.
But that's not fair. The author is never supposed to be guilty of...
You're right. You're right, Effie.
He shouldn't be even a suspect. Maybe a red herring, but...
Type that up, Effie.
Oh, all right, Sam. Anything else, Sam?
Yeah, phone the drugstore and order some red herring. I mean, some aspirin.
More and more folks are turning to famous Wild Root Cream Oil every day. Wild Root Cream Oil gives you all you ever dreamed of in a hair tonic. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally the way you like it, the way other people like it. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So join the millions with handsome hair. Tonight, or first thing tomorrow, ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Also, ask your barber for a professional application. If you've never tried it before, get the generous new 25-cent bottle just introduced. It's Wild Root Cream Oil's Get Acquainted size, and once you've made the acquaintance of Wild Root Cream Oil, you'll find you've made a lifelong friend.
Come on in, Twiggletoes.
Well, here it is, Sam. And I like it even better than morgue fruit.
You did.
I mean, it's not so realistic. I like a romantic type story myself.
You
Lots
do.
of atmosphere and psychology in those.
Oh, you got to have those.
You really should be a writer, Sam.
You think so?
Of course, detective stories don't pay much.
No, that's
but
true.
if you write enough of them, and look at all the material you've got.
No good. Never do for fiction.
But, Sam, there's already that radio series, The Adventures of You-Know-Who, Sunday night.
That's what I mean. I don't make a penny out of it.
Well, it's your own fault. Sam, I don't want to seem critical, but if you played your cards right, you could have owned a piece of that show.
What? And follow Blondie? Go home, Effie.
I think I will, Sam, and just curl up with a good book.
All right.
I wonder who killed who.
Well, when you find out, don't let me know.
Oh, you know you can't wait.
No, I can't.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dow. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.